the discovery of the Talmud. In 1963, a Swiss-born man named Eduard Albert Meier, who the world now knows as Billy Meier, and his ex-Greek Orthodox priest friend Isa Rashid took an afternoon walk along the roadway a little to the south of the old city of Jerusalem. And during that afternoon walk, Albert Meier happened to glance upwards and spotted a small opening in the ground that took his interest. Finding himself curious, Albert Meier took a torchlight from his backpack and examined the opening, which was found to continue inwards. And so, Albert and his friend Isa Rashid dug out enough of the surrounding earth to allow them to gain entrance to some sort of chamber. What they both found after crawling inside was an old tomb in a state of disrepair and half filled with earth. However, after clearing more of the soil away, Albert Meier and Isa Rashid discovered a package beneath the flat rock, which they took back to Isa Rashid's home to examine. The package was said to be about 60 centimeters long and 25 centimeters wide, and was found to hold 4 separate rolls of Aramaic writings which took the name of the Talmud of Jmmanuel. Luckily, Isa Rashid had some Palestinian background in his family, and so he found that he could read the old Aramaic text. And the first thing that Isa Rashid noticed was that the title page showed that Judas Iscariot had authored this collection of spiritual knowledges on behalf of his teacher and guide, who was named Emmanuel. Isa Rashid also noted extraterrestrial links within the Talmud, as it was made clear that the real father of the biblical Adam was named Semyasa, who was a distant traveler from the far reaches of mankind's universe, and an A-to-L, or God. It became very clear to both Isa Rashid and Albert Meier that this collection of ancient scrolls, much like the Book of Enoch and other so-called apocryphal writings, was going to be considered heretical because of its content, which strongly contradicted the popular biblical teachings of the later-day established churches. Not only were extraterrestrial links presented in the Talmud, but it was also made clear that Judas Iscariot was actually the friend, student, and official scribe and recorder of the Master Emmanuel. The scrolls also stated that Judas Iscariot never did spite his friend and teacher Emmanuel in the run-up to the biblical crucifixion event, as the real culprit of that venomous act was a man named Judas Ischarioth, who was the son of Simeon the Pharisee. The translation. Because of the nature of the revelations made clear in the teachings of the Talmud, Isa Rashid offered to translate the document in secret in the hope that the finished version could be made available to the world. Also interestingly and prophetically, Albert Meier had already been told 7 years before co-discovering the Talmud of Jmmanuel that he was destined to become the man that would make it available to the world. Anyway, Isa Rashid spent a few months checking the highlights of the Talmud and imparting them to his friend Albert Meier. And then Isa Rashid began a formal translation in August 1963 into German, which is Albert Meier's native language, whilst Albert Meier continued onwards to Marali, India to train under a Hindu guru and to further his own spiritual knowledges. And after a year in India, Albert Meier continued onwards and journeyed to Turkey, where he met a Greek lady named Calliope Zefiriou in 1965, and who became his traveling companion in Asia and later his wife and the mother of Albert's 3 children when they came to the town of Hinwil in Switzerland to make a home together. Meanwhile, Isa Rashid worked on the German translation of the Talmud of Jmmanuel, which he completed up to the 36th chapter and which he posted in 1970 in 2 separate packages to an address in Switzerland that had been the home of Albert Meier's parents. Amazingly, although Albert Meier's parents were no longer living at that particular house, in 1974, the postal office at Nathul forwarded the 2 packets on to him. And in the same roundabout manner, Albert Meier also received a personal letter from Isar Rashid that spoke about the translation project becoming known to certain authorities, which resulted in him fleeing from Jerusalem to a refugee camp in Lebanon along with his family. However, Isar Rashid's presence also became known to the Israeli authorities, and the refugee camp was bombed during an Israeli air raid. And this air raid forced Isar Rashid to flee again to Baghdad without the scrolls, where he had posted his final letter to Albert Meier. Sadly, in 1976, Albert Meier learned that Isar Rashid and his entire family were assassinated in Baghdad shortly after posting that last letter. Who really wrote the Talmud of Jmmanuel? Well, most of the body of the Talmud was penned by Jmmanuel's official scribe, Judas Ischarioth, during the life and times leading up to and following the crucifixion event. Though to trace the point when the Talmud was originally finalized, we will need to examine what some people believe to be more controversial aspects of the Master Jmmanuel's life, which takes our investigation to the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea and then onwards into India. And here comes some more of the so-called apocrypha, in that the Talmud of Jmmanuel makes it very clear that the Master Jmmanuel, Jesus, never did die on the cross. He only ever fell into a trance-like condition due to the Archangel Gabriel twinning with Jmmanuel's body to induce a death-like stupor. And inside the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, Jmmanuel was revived by a team of Hindu healers before he set off to India to continue with his teachings. In fact, it is believed by many scholars that the full story was only ever completed in India in the early 2nd century. Also, there is a great deal of evidence stating that after Jmmanuel's genuine death in the Kashmir region in the early 2nd century, that the scrolls were carried back to the Palestinian or Anatolian region by Jmmanuel's oldest son, Joseph. And Joseph evidently released a second copy of the teachings somewhere in that region, since that copy found its way into the hands of the Apostle Matthew. However, Joseph also preserved and hid the original rolls within the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, just south of the old city of Jerusalem. And there they lay until Albert Meier and Isar Rashid rediscovered them in 1963. Let's also be aware that it is made clear in the Talmud that the teachings were originally written down by Judas Iscariot, who traveled with Jmmanuel to India after the crucifixion, along with Judas Thomas, which is Jmmanuel's brother, and Mother Mary. And so, to answer my original question, which was centered around who wrote the Talmud, what we find is that it was mostly written by Judas, who was present at all of Jmmanuel's lectures, both before the crucifixion event and after Jmmanuel traveled and taught in India. Though it also seems very clear to me that Jmmanuel's oldest son Joseph added the final touches to the pages and also made at least one other copy, which became known as the Book of Matthew. And now, the Talmud of Jmmanuel. Chapter 1. The Genealogy of Jmmanuel. This is the book and arcanum of Jmmanuel, who was called the one with godly knowledge, who is the son of Joseph, grandson of Jacob, a distant descendant of David. David was a descendant of Abraham, whose genealogy traces back to Adam, the father of the lineage of terrestrial humans. Adam was begotten by Semyasa, the leader of the celestial sons who were the guardian angels of God, the great ruler of the travelers from afar. Semyasa, the celestial son and guardian angel of God, the great ruler of the voyagers who traveled here through the vast expanses of the universe, took a terrestrial woman and begot Adam, the father of the white human population. Adam took for himself an earth wife and begot Seth. Seth begot Enos. Enos begot Ashbil. Ashbil begot Erusik. Erusik begot Kenan. Kenan begot Mahalalel. Mahalalel begot Urach-Berabil. Urach-Berabil begot Jared. Jared begot Enoch. Enoch begot Methuselah. Methuselah begot Lamech. Lamech begot Tamjel. Tamjel begot Danel. Danel begot Asiel. Asiel begot Samsephil. Samsephil begot Jamjel. Jamjel begot Terrell. Terrell begot Hamek. Hamek begot Noah. Noah begot Sem. Sem begot Arphaxad. Arphaxad begot Batral. Batral begot Ramuel. Ramuel begot Askel. Askel begot Armers. Armers begot Salah. Salah begot Eber. Eber begot Peleg. Peleg begot Regu. Regu begot Serug. Serug begot Erisiel. Erisiel begot Naor. Naor begot Thera. Thera begot Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac. Isaac begot Jacob. Jacob begot Judah. Judah begot Anani. Anani begot Ertail. Ertail begot Perez. Perez begot Hezron. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Aminadab. Aminadab begot Saveb. Saveb begot Nahisan. Nahisan begot Sanah. Sanah begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. Obed begot Jesse. Jesse begot David. David begot Solomon. Solomon begot Asa. Asa begot Gaddiel. Gaddiel begot Josaphat. Josaphat begot Jorah. Jorah begot Armeniel. Armeniel begot Ushja. Ushja begot Jotham. Jotham begot Gadriel. Gadriel begot Ahaz. Ahaz begot Ishja. Ishja begot Manes. Manes begot Ammon. Ammon begot Joshja. Joshja begot Jojashin. Jojashin begot Sisjel. Sisjel begot Jacun. Jacun begot Zerubbabel. Zerubbabel begot Abjud. Abjud begot Elishkim. Elishkim begot Asur. Asur begot Zadok. Zadok begot Ashtem. Ashtem begot Elsjud. Elsjud begot Elisir. Elisir begot Mathan. Mathan begot Jacob. Jacob begot Joseph. Joseph was the husband of Mary, the mother of Emmanuel, who was impregnated by a distant descendant of a celestial son, Raziel, who was the guardian angel of the secret. When Joseph heard of Mary's secret impregnation by a descendant of the celestial sons from the lineage of Raziel, behold, he was filled with wrath and thought of leaving Mary before he would be married to her before the people. While Joseph was thinking in this manner, behold, a guardian angel sent by Gabriel, the celestial son who had impregnated Mary, appeared and said, Joseph, Mary is betrothed to you, and you are to become her spouse. Do not leave her, because the fruit of her womb is chosen for a great purpose. Marry her in all openness, so that you may be husband and wife before the people. Behold, the impregnation of Mary occurred 11,000 years after the procreation of Adam through the celestial son Semyasa, to fulfill the word of God, the ruler of those who traveled from afar, who conveyed these words through the prophet Isaiah. Behold, a virgin will be impregnated by a celestial son before she is married to a man before the people. They will name the fruit of her womb Emmanuel, which translated means the one with godly knowledge, as a symbol and honor to God. Through God's power and providential care, the earth was made to bear intelligent human life when the celestial sons, the travelers from the far reaches of the universe, mated with the woman of earth. Behold, God and his followers came far from the depths of space, where they delivered themselves from a strong bondage and created here a new human race and home with the early woman of this earth. God deserves the honor of people of earth, for behold, he is the true originator of the white and of colored earth humans, and to him honor should be given. Except for him, there is nothing equal in form for these human lineages created by him. Besides him, therefore, people should have no other gods who created other human lineages in other parts of the earth. Except for God, there is nothing of comparable form worthy of veneration. Over him and his celestial sons reigns only the omnipotence of all creation, creation itself, which should be revered. Behold, therefore, over the earth reigns God, the master of the celestial sons and the people of the white and colored terrestrial lineages. God is the lawgiver for these human populations, and, therefore, his wishes should be fulfilled by man and woman. God, the Lord, is generous in his love, but also terrible in his wrath when his laws are disobeyed. Mary's impregnation is God's law, and you, Joseph, are to be her husband in matrimony. The birth of Emmanuel. When Joseph heard this, however, he was mindful of his devoutness to God's laws, so he brought Mary home and married her before the people. At this time, a decree went out from Emperor Augustus that all the world should be counted. This census was the first of its kind and occurred at the time that Cyrenius was governor in Syria. All went to be assessed, each to his own town. Joseph of Galilee, of the town of Nazareth, also went with his wife Mary into the Judaic land to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David, in order to be assessed with his wife Mary, who was pregnant by the celestial son Gabriel from the lineage of Raziel. When they were there, the time came for her to give birth. Since they could find no shelter, they spent the night in a stable, and Mary bore her first son on the straw, wrapped him in cloth, and laid him in a manger near the animals, because there was no other room for her in the inn. Chapter 2. The Wise Men from the Orient. When Emmanuel was born in the stable at Bethlehem, in the shelter in the land of the Jews during the time of Herod Antipas, Tetrarch of Galilee, and Pariah, behold, wise men arrived in Jerusalem from the Orient and asked, "Where is the newborn King of wisdom of the Jews? We have seen a bright light in the sky and heard a voice saying, 'Follow the tail of the light, because the King of wisdom of the Jews is born, who will bring great knowledge.' Therefore, we have come to worship the newborn King of wisdom. He shall possess the knowledge of God and be a son of celestial son Gabriel. His knowledge will be boundless, as will be his power to control human consciousness, so that humans may learn and serve creation." When Herod Antipas heard of this, he was frightened, and with him everyone in Jerusalem, because they feared that the newborn child would wield dreadful power. Herod Antipas called together all the chief priests and scribes from among the people and inquired of them where Emmanuel had been born. And they replied, "In Bethlehem, in the Jewish land, for thus it was written by the prophet Micah. And you, Bethlehem, in the land of the Jews, are by no means the least among the cities in Judea. For from you shall come forth the King of wisdom, who will bring great knowledge to the people of Israel, so that they may learn and serve creation." Thereupon, Herod Antipas called the wise men secretly and diligently asked them when the bright light with the long tail had appeared in the sky. He later directed them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search diligently for the young child, and when you find him, let me know, so that I may also come and adore him." After they had listened to Herod Antipas, they departed. And behold, the light with the long tail, which they had observed in the Orient, moved ahead of them with a high singing sound until it reached Bethlehem and stood directly over the stable where the infant was born. When they saw this, they were filled with great joy. They then went into the stable and found the young child with his mother Mary and with Joseph. And they fell down and worshipped the infant and offered the treasures, which were gold, frankincense, and myrrh. However, the voice again rang out from the light high above, saying that they should not return to Herod Antipas, because he planned evil for the young child. And they returned to their homeland by another route. After the 3 wise men had left, behold, the celestial son Gabriel appeared to Joseph, saying, "Arise and take the infant and his mother Mary with you, and flee to Egypt. Stay there until I beckon you, because Herod Antipas is planning to seek out the young child and kill him, since he fears that this babe might wield terrible power. While you are in Egypt, I will send my messenger to Herod Antipas to teach him the truth." And Joseph arose and took the young child and his mother by night and escaped under the guidance of the celestial son Gabriel in a descending light, which fled with them to Egypt. Here they remained until Herod Antipas had a change of mind and his inner fear abated. When Herod Antipas realized that he had nothing to fear from the young boy, who was credited only with great wisdom and knowledge, he felt safe in his realm. Thus, he promised the messenger of the celestial son Gabriel he would no longer pursue Mary, Joseph, and Emmanuel. Now that Herod Antipas and his followers had changed their attitude, behold, the celestial son Gabriel appeared again before Joseph in Egypt and said, "Arise and take the young child and his mother Mary and move to the land of Israel. All those who sought the child's life have had a change of heart." And Joseph stood up, took the child and his mother, and returned into the light which once more had appeared. It brought them to Israel. The celestial son Gabriel brought them back to the land of Galilee. There they dwelt in a city called Nazareth, so what had been spoken by the prophets would be fulfilled. Emmanuel shall be called the Nazarene. Chapter 3. John the Baptist. In due course, John the Baptist came to the edge of the wilderness and preached at the banks of the Jordan. John the Baptist preached of baptism in accordance with the old laws of God, according to which the way to knowledge was to be prepared. He preached that God's laws shall be followed because he is the sole ruler of this human lineage. He preached that above God, however, stands creation, the source of the worlds, universes, and all living creatures. And so he taught that the genderless creation is the mystery of all mysteries, death and life, light and darkness, being and non-being. And so he taught once again that God, the Lord and ruler of this human lineage and of those who travel from afar, the celestial sons, holds creation in high esteem. All Judea and all the people of Jerusalem went forth to John the Baptist, acknowledging the wisdom of the old laws of God, and let themselves be baptized by him in the river Jordan. John wore a garment made from camel's hair and a leather belt around his loins. His food consisted of locusts and wild honey. While he was baptizing many of the people, many Pharisees and Sadducees came to him who humiliated him with malicious talk. But John the Baptist spoke, "You brood of vipers, who told you that you will escape from future wrath once your false teachings are revealed? See to it that you bear righteous fruit of repentance and learn the truth. Turn away from the evil of your false teachings, which you carry out with arrogance and pursuant with your greed for power and fortune. Do not think just of saying to each other, 'We have Abraham as father.' I say to you, with his knowledge and his power, God is able to raise up children to Abraham out of these stones, because he has knowledge of the mystery of creation. Already the axe has been laid at the root of the trees. Therefore, any tree that does not bring forth good fruit will be hewn down and thrown into the fire. You brood of vipers, and 2 times 1,000 years you and your followers who pursue false teachings out of your own arrogance in your greed for power and fortune shall be vanquished and, on account of your lies, punished. So it shall be when humankind begins to comprehend, and when the chaff is separated from the grain. It will be at a time when your false teachings will be laughed at, and humankind discovers the truth. This will come to pass when humankind builds singing lights and chariots of fire with which they can escape into the cosmos, as is done by God and his followers, the celestial sons, namely those who taught us the wisdom and knowledge of creation, and who urged us to obey the laws of nature and live according to them. Oh, you renegades, you brood of vipers, get away from this place, because you are impure and cursed in your false teachings. Get away from this place, because I can, by my own accord, baptize you into repentance only with water. But he who comes after me is stronger than I, and I am not worthy of removing his sandals. He will baptize you with the knowledge of the Spirit and with the fire of truth. He has his winnowing fork in his hand. He will sweep his threshing floor and gather the wheat into his granary, but he will burn the chaff with unquenchable fire. The lie can never withstand the truth, which destroys evil in its fire." As John the Baptist thus spoke, behold, Emmanuel of Galilee then approached John at the Jordan to be baptized by him. John, however, refused him and spoke, "It is I who need to be baptized by you, because you possess greater knowledge than I, and you come to me?" But Emmanuel answered him, "Let it happen so now, because it is fitting for us to fulfill all justice, since we are both sons of the earth." So John consented and baptized him. When Emmanuel had been baptized, he soon came out of the water of the Jordan, and behold, a metallic light fell from the sky and rushed over the Jordan. Consequently, they all fell on their faces and pressed them into the sand, while a voice from the metallic light spoke, "This is my beloved Son, with whom I am well pleased. He will be the King of truth, through which terrestrial humans shall rise as wise ones." Behold, after these words, Emmanuel entered into the metallic light, which climbed into the sky, surrounded by fire and smoke, and passed over the lifeless sea, as the singing of the metallic light soon faded away. After that, Emmanuel was no longer seen for 40 days and nights. Chapter 4. Emmanuel's Arcanum. From this day on, Emmanuel no longer lived among the sons and daughters of these earth humans. Emmanuel was lifted up from the earth and no one knew where he had been taken or what had happened to him. But then he was set down by the metallic light between north and west, in a place where the guardian angels had received guidelines by which they were to evaluate the site for the chosen ones. Thus, he lived for 40 days and nights between the winds of the north and the west, where he received the arcanum of knowledge. During this instruction period, he spent his days with the wise saints of God and the guardian angels, the celestial sons. They taught him the wisdom of knowledge. They taught him about the dominion of God over terrestrial humans and over his celestial sons. They also explained to him the omnipotence of the creation of the universes. They also taught him about the immortality of the spirit through rebirth. There he saw the initial forefathers, the saints of ancient times, who were the celestial sons and the fathers of the terrestrial humans. From there, he went to the north towards the ends of the earth, where the metallic lights and chariots of fire came down from the sky or shot upwards with a singing sound, enveloped in smoke and fire. There, at the ends of the entire earth, he saw a great and marvelous wonder. In that place, he saw the celestial portals open, of which there were 3 different ones. The celestial portals radiated in the most brilliant Zohar, an area as large as the lifeless sea on the river Jordan. Actually gleaming therein was the entire land of Israel, alive and true, humans and animals and everything that was there. In this first celestial portal, no secret was concealed, because the Zohar entered into the smallest spaces in the cottages and revealed the last intimate detail. Inside the second celestial portal, there rose mighty mountains, whose peaks reached into the sky and disappeared into the clouds. Far below lay deep masses of snow, as whose edges a different brown-skinned human population built their huts. The third celestial portal revealed a land of gigantic dimensions, mountainous and interspersed with rivers, lakes, and seas, where yet another human population dwelled. Not far from these 3 celestial portals had been built the palace of God, the ruler of these terrestrial humans and of those who had traveled from afar, the celestial sons, the guardian angels. In his palace, God ruled over the 3 human lineages created by him and over his following, the celestial sons. He was immortal, ancient, and of giant size like the celestial sons. In the palace of God, there appeared to Emmanuel 2 very tall men, the likes of whom he had never seen on earth. Their faces shone like the sun, and their eyes looked like burning torches. From their mouths issued fire. Their clothing resembled a covering of foam, and their arms were like golden wings. They inhabited an environment of their own, because the air of this world would have been fatal for them. These 2 men from the constellation of the 7 stars were venerable teachers, and they were together with 2 smaller men who said that they were from Bawi. They said, "People have come from the heavens to earth, and other people have been lifted from earth into the heavens. The people coming from the heavens remained on earth for a long time, and they created the intelligent human lineages. Behold, humans begotten by the celestial sons were different in a unique way from other people on earth. They were not like earth humans, but like the children of the celestial angels and of a different kind. Their bodies were white as snow and red as the rose blossom, their hair at the top of the head white as wool, and their eyes beautiful. Earth humans will now retain their inherited beauty and propagate it further. But in the course of centuries and millennia, they will mix with other human populations and the heavens, so as to generate a new humankind and special lineages, as the celestial sons did with the earth people. Emmanuel, you are an informed insider, begotten from among our ranks by a celestial son. With your knowledge, you will make the impossible possible and accomplish things that earth humans will deem miraculous. You know the power of the Spirit, but beware of abusing it. Your own wisdom and the knowledge obtained through us should contribute to the well-being of humankind, though the road leading thereto will be very difficult for them and for you. You will be misunderstood and denounced because Earth humans are still ignorant and addicted to delusionary beliefs. They believe that God is creation itself and not the ruler of the celestial sons and these human lineages. Earth people attribute to him the omnipotence of creation and glorify him as creation itself. But God is a human being like all the celestial sons and terrestrial humans, except that he is vastly greater in consciousness than they are. Creation, however, is of immeasurably higher standing than God, the Lord over the celestial sons and terrestrial humans, because creation is the immeasurable enigma. Emmanuel, you will also be slandered as God and his only begotten Son, and you too will be equated with the mysterious creation. Do not heed these false teachings, however, because millennia will pass before the people of these human lineages are capable of recognizing the truth. Much human blood will be shed because of you, including your own and that of countless generations. Notwithstanding, fulfill your mission as the King of Wisdom, as the son of Gabriel, the celestial son. The law for your creation was issued in the name of God, so that you may serve as prophet and pioneer of wise knowledge for these human lineages. Fulfill your mission unperturbed by the irrationality and all false teachings of the scribes and Pharisees, and despite the disbelieving people. Hence, following the fulfillment of your mission, centuries and 2 millennia will pass before the truth of the knowledge you brought to the people will be recognized and disseminated by a few humans. Not until the time of space-traveling machines will the truth break through and gradually shake the false teachings that you are the Son of God or creation. And this will be the time when we celestial sons begin to reveal ourselves anew to earth humans, when they will have become knowing and will threaten the structure of the heavens with their acquired power. Thus they spoke, the celestial sons between the north and the west, before bringing Emmanuel in the metallic light back to Israel, to the land of Galilee. When Emmanuel heard that John the Baptist had been imprisoned, he left the town of Nazareth, came to and lived in Capernaum, which lies by the sea in the land of Zebulun and Naphtali. From that time onward, Emmanuel began to preach, saying, "Repent and turn to the truth and knowledge, because they alone bring you life." When Emmanuel went by the Sea of Galilee, he saw 2 brothers, Simon, who was called Peter, and Andrew, his brother, casting their nets into the sea because they were fishermen. And he said to them, "Follow me, I will teach you knowledge and make you fishers of people." Thereupon, they left their nets and followed him. As he went on, he saw 2 other brothers, Jacob, the son of Zebedee, and John, his brother, in the boat along with their father, Zebedee, mending their nets. And he called them. Forthwith, they left the boat and their father and followed him. Emmanuel went about the entire land of Galilee, teaching in their synagogues, preaching the knowledge of the Spirit, and healing all diseases and infirmities among the people. News of him spread through the entire land of Syria, and they brought to him all the sick afflicted with various diseases and torments, the possessed, the lunatics, and the paralytics, and he made them well. And many people followed him from Galilee, from the Decapolis, from Jerusalem, from the land of Judea, and from beyond the Jordan. Chapter 5. The Sermon on the Mount. When Emmanuel saw the people following him, he went up a hill and sat down, and his disciples came to him. And he taught them, saying, Blessed are those who are rich in spirit and recognize the truth, for life is theirs. Blessed are those who endure hardship, for they shall thus recognize truth and be comforted. Blessed are the spiritually balanced, for they shall possess knowledge. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for truth and knowledge, for they shall be satisfied. Blessed are those who live according to the laws of nature, for they live according to the plan of creation. Blessed are those who have a clear conscience, for they need not fear. Blessed are those who know about creation, for they are not enslaved by false teachings. Blessed are the righteous, for nature is subject to them. Blessed are you if, on my account and because of our teachings, people revile and persecute you and speak all manner of evil against you. Thus they lie about the teachings. Be of good cheer and take comfort. This life and the next life will reward you. For so have the belittlers of truth persecuted the prophets who were before you, and so will they also persecute you. You are the salt of the earth, and if the salt loses its flavor, with what would one salt? It is useless henceforth, except to be thrown out and stepped on by the people. You are the light of the world, and consider, the city that lies on top of a mountain cannot be hidden. One does not light a candle and place it under a bushel, but on a candlestick. Thus it shines for all those who are in the house. Likewise, your light shall shine before the people, so they see your good deeds and recognize the truth of your knowledge. Do not think that I have come to do away with the law or the prophet. I have come not to undo, but to fulfill and to reveal the knowledge. Truly, I say to you, until the heavens and the earth vanish, neither a letter nor a dot of the law of creation and the laws of nature will vanish, until all is fulfilled. Whosoever violates one of the smallest of the laws or directives and teaches the people falsely will be called the smallest. But whosoever spreads the teachings truthfully will be called great and will receive the reward of the Spirit. I tell you, if your righteousness does not exceed that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will not receive the reward of the Spirit and of life. You have heard that it was said to your ancestors, You shall not kill, but whosoever kills shall be found guilty by the courts. However, I say to you, exercise justice according to the natural laws of creation, so that you find the judgment and logic. Guilty are all those who kill when not acting in self-defense or according to legal verdict based on self-defense. Likewise, guilty are all those who engage in evil speech and actions. Only justice according to the natural laws of creation produces a logical judgment. Do not accommodate your adversaries if you are in the right, and the judge will probably have to decide in your favor. Truly, I say to you, you will attain justice only when you find it yourself and can make your fellow humans understand it. You have heard that it was said, You shall not commit adultery. But I say to you, whosoever has sexual intercourse with someone other than their spouse shall be delivered to the courts, for it is an act unworthy of humans, contemptible, and an offense against the laws of nature. If, however, your right or left eye causes annoyance, tear it out and throw it away, because it is better for you that just one of your members be destroyed than your whole body. If a thought causes you annoyance, eradicate it and ban it from your brain. It is better to destroy a thought that incites annoyance than to bring the whole world of thought into an uproar. It has also been said, Whosoever divorces his spouse shall hand over a certificate of divorce. However, I say to you, whosoever separates from their spouse, except in response to adultery, commits adultery. Whosoever marries a person who is guilty in a divorce also commits adultery. You have further heard it said to your ancestors, you shall take no false oath, and you shall keep your oath to God. However, I say to you that you should not swear at all. Do not swear by the heavens, because they are infinite and immeasurable. Neither swear by the earth, because it is impermanent, nor swear by Jerusalem, because it is an impermanent city built by human hands. You shall also not swear by your head, because you cannot change the color of a single hair. Also, do not swear by the memory of a person or a thing, for they are all impermanent. Let your speech at all times simply be yes, yes, or no, no. Anything beyond that goes against the laws. You have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, exercise justice according to the natural laws of creation, so that you find the verdict in logic. Offer your love wherever it is warranted, and punish wherever the law of nature demands punishment. Give to them who ask of you, if they make their requests in honesty, and turn away from them who want to borrow from you in a dishonest way. You have heard it said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. However, I say to you, practice love and understanding according to the natural laws of creation, so that through logic you find the right action and perception. Offer your love where it is warranted, and despise where the law of nature demands it. You shall be wise and acquire knowledge, because you shall become perfect in spirit as the creation which created you. Over the course of incarnations, you shall train your spirit and your consciousness and allow them to develop to perfection, so that you become one with creation. Chapter 6. Alms, Fasting, Treasures, Concerns. Be mindful of your piety, that you practice it before the people with correct words, lest you be accused of lying and thereby find no reward from them. Choose your words using natural logic and draw upon the knowledge and behavior of nature. When you give alms, you should not proclaim it, as do the hypocrites in the synagogues and on the streets, that they may be praised by the people. Truly, I say to you, they have forfeited their reward, because their alms serve only their selfishness. And when you pray, you shall not be like the hypocrites who enjoy standing and praying in the synagogues and on the corners of the streets, because they pray only for the sake of their selfishness and the impression they have upon the people. When you pray, you shall call upon the omnipotence of the Spirit, and not babble misleading nonsense like the idol worshippers, the ignorant and the selfish, because they think they are heard when they use many words. The creation spirit part of the human has no need for many words. However, humans need the knowledge of how powerful it is. Pray therefore to the omnipotence of the Spirit, in the knowledge that its greatness and power are infinite. If you do not know how to pray directly to the almighty power of the Spirit, make use of something sacred by which you can reach the Spirit. But be never like the ignorant, the hypocrites, the idol worshippers and the selfish, who worship something sacred in the belief that the omnipotence of the Spirit dwells in it. Be aware, however, that the almighty power of the Spirit always dwells within you, regardless of your usage of a sacred object or place. Therefore, pray as one who knows. Thus, you should pray as follows. My spirit, you exist within omnipotence. May your name be holy. May your kingdom incarnate itself within me. May your power unfold itself within me, on earth and in the heavens. Give me today my daily bread, that I may recognize my wrongdoings and the truth. And lead me not into temptation and confusion, but deliver me from error. For yours is the kingdom within me, and the power and the knowledge forever. Amen. When you pray to your spirit, it will give you what you request. Have trust in this knowledge, and you will receive. However, if you believe in the false teachings that the power and spirit do not dwell within you, then you will be without knowledge and will live in spiritual poverty. Now and then, you will receive what you in your false belief request from misused sacred things or from idols and gods, but you will receive only because of your strong false belief without knowledge of the real truth. Truly, I say to you, blessed are only those who serve the actual truth and knowledge, because only they receive in honesty. When you fast, do not look sour like the hypocrites, for they put on pretentious faces in order to shine with their fasting before the people. Truly, I say to you, they forfeit their reward because they fast only for the sake of their selfish impression upon others. But when you fast, anoint your head and wash your face, so that you do not shine before the people with your fasting, but before your own spirit, which is hidden. You fast for the sake of your health and for the expansion of your consciousness, spirit, and your knowledge. Neither should you amass great treasures on earth, where moths and rust consume them, and thieves break in and steal them. But collect treasures in the spirit and in consciousness, where neither moths nor rust consume them, and where thieves neither break in nor steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart is also, and the true treasure is wisdom and knowledge. The eye is the light of your body. When your eye is clear, your entire body will be a light. But if your eye is evil, your whole body will be dark. If now the light within you is dark, how great then will be the darkness? No one can serve two masters. Either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will adhere to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve your spirit and mammon. Therefore, I say to you, concern yourself about the knowledge of your spirit, and besides that, with what you will eat and drink, and be concerned about your body and how you will clothe it. For are not the spirit, life, and body more important than all the treasures of the world? The human spirit, which is thirsting for truth and knowledge, is incapable of preserving its earthly life without the body, because both body and spirit together are one. Thus, you should be concerned about increasing your knowledge for your spirit's sake, about the laws of life, and about food, drink, and clothing for your body. Look at the birds in the sky. They do not sow, they do not reap, they do not store their food in barns, and yet creation feeds them. Are you not much more than they? Look at the birds in the sky. They devour the harmful insects, and they have plumage for clothing, yet they have no spirit capable of ongoing evolution. They work to fulfill their duty, and they are fed and clothed by creation. Are you not much more than they? You can think independently through your free consciousness. You can work independently, and you can prepare food and drink and clothe your bodies independently. Behold the lilies in the marsh as they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet truly, I say to you, the lilies also fulfill their mission when they give pleasure to the eye with their beauty. I tell you, even Solomon in all his splendor was not arrayed as one of these. Creation nourishes and clothes the grass in the field, which today is standing and tomorrow is thrown into the stove. Should not you then do much more for yourselves? The grass fulfilled its mission by serving as fodder and fuel, but are you not of much greater value than grass, O you of little knowledge? Therefore, you shall care for the wisdom and knowledge of your spirit, and take care that you do not suffer from lack of food, drink, and clothing. Truly, I say to you, if you suffer from hunger, thirst, and nakedness, then wisdom and knowledge will be crowded out by worry. First, seek the realm of your spirit and its knowledge, and then seek to comfort your body with food, drink, and clothing. Therefore, take care for the next day, for tomorrow will not take care of you by itself. It is enough that each day has its own troubles. Therefore, you must not also be at the mercy of the need for your physical welfare. Chapter 7. The Spirit of Judgment. Judge not falsely, lest you be falsely judged. For with whatever judgment you judge, you will be judged, and with whatever measure you measure, you will be measured. Judge according to the logic of the laws of nature, which are from creation, because only they possess its truth and correctness. Why do you see the splinter in your brother's eye and are not aware of the beam in your own eye? Or how dare you say to your brother, "Wait, I will take the splinter out of your eye," and behold, there is a beam in your own eye? You hypocrite, first take the beam out of your own eye, then see how you can take the splinter out of your brother's eye. Learn first the laws of nature and of creation, their logic, before you judge and condemn and wish to see the faults of your neighbor. Through the laws of nature and of creation, learn first how to recognize your own faults so that you can then correct the faults of your neighbors. You shall not give sacred things to the dogs, nor throw your pearls before the swine, lest they trample them with their feet and turn on you and tear you apart. Truly, I say to you, do not throw your spiritual treasure into the dirt, and do not waste it on the unworthy, because they will not thank you and will tear you apart, for their understanding is small and their spirit is weak. Response to prayer. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find. Knock, and it will be open to you. For whosoever asks of their Spirit will receive, and whosoever seeks through the power of the Spirit will find, and whosoever knocks at the door of the Spirit, to that person will it be opened. Who among you would hand your son a stone if he asked for bread, or offer him a snake if he asked for a fish? So if you, now, though being wicked, can nevertheless give your children good gifts, how much more will your Spirit give you if you ask for it? Everything that you wish people would do to you, do likewise to them. This is the law delivered through the prophets. Enter through the narrow portal. The portal is wide and the path is broad, which leads to damnation, and many are those who travel thereon. And the portal is narrow, and the way is slender, which leads to life and knowledge, and there are only few who find it. Beware of false prophets and scribes who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly are like ravenous wolves, preaching to you about submissiveness before shrines, false deities and gods, and preaching submissiveness to idols and false teachings. Beware of those who forbid you access to wisdom and knowledge, for they speak to you only to attain power over you and to seize your goods and belongings. You will recognize them by their fruits. Can one gather grapes from the thorns or figs from the thistles? Hence, every good seed brings forth a good harvest, but a rotten seed brings forth a bad harvest. A good tree can never bear bad fruit, and a rotten tree can never bear good fruit. Thus, by their fruits, you will recognize them. Therefore, whosoever hears these words of mine and acts upon them will be like an intelligent man who built his house on the rock. Now, when a downpour fell and the waters came and the winds blew and beat upon the house, it did not fall, because it was founded on rock. Whosoever hears these words and does not act upon them is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. When a downpour came and the waters and the winds beat upon the house, it collapsed, and great was its fall. It happened that after Emmanuel had finished his talk, the people were shocked by his teachings. He taught with authority a new doctrine, unlike that of the scribes. Chapter 8. The Healing of the Leper. When he descended from the mountain, many people followed him. Behold, a leper came and knelt before him and said, "Master, if you will it, you can make me clean." Emmanuel stretched out his hand, touched him, and said, "I will do it. Be cleansed." And immediately he was cleansed of his leprosy. And Emmanuel spoke to him, "See to it that you tell no one. Instead, go and present yourself to the priest. You were healed through the power of the Spirit and the wisdom of knowledge." The centurion at Capernaum. When Emmanuel went to Capernaum, a centurion walked up to him with a request, saying, "Master, my servant lies at home incapacitated with gout and is in great distress. Master, I have heard your new teachings, and I know the truth of your wisdom, which states that the human spirit can perform miracles through knowledge of the truth." Emmanuel spoke to him, "I will come and make him well." The centurion replied, "Master, I'm not worthy to have you enter under my roof, but only say the word, and my servant will be well. I too am a man subject to authority, and I also have soldiers under me. If I say to one, 'Go,' he goes, and to another, 'Come here,' he comes, and to my servant, 'Do this,' he does it." When Emmanuel heard this, he marveled and spoke to those who followed him, "Truly, I say to you, such trust I have found in no one in Israel. But I say to you, many will come from the east and the west, from the south and the north, and they will understand my teachings and recognize their wisdom and knowledge. However, the children of Israel will be expelled into darkness. There will be wailing and the chattering of teeth. The false teachings of Israel will bring bloodshed over the millennia, because the power-hungry selfishness and high-handedness of Israel will bring death and destruction over the land and all the world. Emmanuel in the house of Peter. Turn away from the false teachings of the Israelite authorities and their scribes, because they will bring destruction to successive generations. The Israelites believe themselves the chosen people. By no means is this the case, because they are more disloyal and unknowing than the ignorant who lack the secret of creation's laws. And Emmanuel spoke to the centurion, "Go, be it done for you as you have expected." And his servant became well that same hour. Emmanuel came to Peter's house and saw that his mother-in-law lay sick with a fever. He touched her hand, the fever left her, and she got up and served him. In the evening, however, they brought to him many who were possessed, and he drove out the evil spirits through his word and made all the sick well. So it came to pass that what was said through the prophet Isaiah would be fulfilled, who spoke, "He has brought us new teachings of knowledge and has taken our infirmities upon himself, and he has healed our sick." On the seriousness of discipleship. When Emmanuel saw many people around him, he gave the order to go across to the other shore. A scribe walked up to him and said, "Master, I will follow you wherever you go." Emmanuel spoke to him, "Foxes have dens, and birds of the air have nests, but I have no fixed place where I can lay my head. I have a mission to preach wisdom and knowledge, therefore I am moving restlessly through the lands." And another one of his disciples said to him, "Master, permit me to go and bury my father who just died." But Emmanuel said to him, "Follow me and let the dead bury their dead." The healing of two possessed persons. He arrived at the other shore in the region of the Gadarenes. There, two possessed persons ran up to him. They came out of the burial caves and were very dangerous, so that no one could walk on the street. And behold, they cried out, saying, "What do you want of us, you son of Gabriel, the celestial son? Have you come to torment us before it is even time?" Then the evil spirits within the possessed asked him, "Master, if you intend to drive us out, then let us go into the herd of swine grazing just over there." And he spoke, "So go there." Then they went out into the swine, and behold, the whole herd rushed down to the water and drowned. The swineherds fled and went into the town and told everything, including what had happened to the possessed. And behold, the whole town came out and approached Emmanuel. And when they saw him, they asked him to leave their area. Chapter 9. Healing of the Paralytic. Then he stepped into the boat, returned to the other side again, and came into his town. And behold, they brought to him a paralytic lying on a bed. When Emmanuel saw their faith, he spoke to the paralytic, "Be comforted, because your faith in the power of my Spirit and your confidence in my teachings of wisdom, which are the teachings of nature and of creation, has helped you." And behold, some of the scribes began stirring up talk among the people. "This man blasphemes God and our holy teachings." But since Emmanuel understood their thoughts, he spoke, "Why do you think such evil thoughts against your better knowledge? Yet, what is easier to say, 'Your faith has helped you,' or 'Stand up and walk'? So that you may know that I am a person like you, and yet know how to use the power of my Spirit through my knowledge. I command the paralytic, 'Get up, pick up your bed, and go home.' And he stood up, took up his bed, and went home." When the people saw this, they became fearful and praised the new wondrous teachings of Emmanuel, which could give such power to humans.
The introduction of a global threat would necessitate
Matthew.
the creation of a unified governmental body. Once such powers
As Emmanuel was leaving, he saw a man named Matthew sitting at the tax office and spoke to him, "Follow me." And he stood up and followed him. And it came to pass, as he was eating at home, behold, many tax collectors, ignorant people, and seekers of the truth came and ate at the table with Emmanuel and his disciples. When the Pharisees saw this, they spoke to his disciples, "Why is your master eating with the tax collectors and the ignorant?" When Emmanuel heard this, he spoke, "The healthy do not need a physician, but the sick do. And the knowledgeable do not need the teachings, but the ignorant do. Those who were not misled do not need the teachings, but those who were misled do. Go therefore and recognize the falseness of your wrong teachings, so you do not mislead those people who thirst for the truth." Fasting. Then the disciples of John came to him, saying, "Master, why do we and the Pharisees fast, while you and your disciples do not?" Emmanuel said to them, "How can the ignorant fast and suffer while they are being taught knowledge? And how can the teacher fast when he must teach knowledge to the ignorant? Truly, I say to you, your teachings are false if you fast according to a religious dogma. Fasting serves only the health of the body and the growth of the spirit. No one mends an old garment with a new patch of cloth, because the patch will tear again from the garment, and the rip will become worse. Neither is new wine poured into old wineskins, for the skins will tear, the wine will spill, and the wineskins will be ruined. Instead, new wine is put into new wineskins, so both are preserved." The daughter of Jairus and the woman with hemophilia. While he was talking with them, behold, one of the community leaders came and knelt before him, saying, "My daughter has just died, but come and lay your hand on her so she will live." And Emmanuel stood up, and his disciples followed him. And behold, a woman who had hemophilia for 12 years stepped up behind him and touched the fringe of his garment. She spoke to herself, "If only I could touch his garment, I will be cured." Then Emmanuel turned around and saw her, and he said, "Be comforted, your faith has helped you." And the woman was well from that hour on. When he came into the community leader's house and saw the pipers and the turmoil of the people, he spoke, "Depart, because the maiden is not dead, but is asleep." And they laughed at him. But after the people were driven out, he entered and took her by the hand and spoke, "I order you to get up and walk." And the maiden stood up and walked, and soon the news of this spread through that entire land. A blind man and two mutes. As Emmanuel left and continued on from there, a blind man followed him crying, "O Lord, you son of wisdom and knowledge, who can use the power of your spirit, take pity on me." And as he arrived at his house, the blind man stepped up to him, and Emmanuel spoke to him, "Do you have confidence that I can do this?" And he answered him, "Yes, Master." Then Emmanuel touched his eyes, saying, "Be it done to you according to your faith." And his eyes were open and he saw. Then Emmanuel warned him, saying, "See to it that no one learns what happened to you." However, the man went out and spread the news of him throughout that land. After the men had left, behold, they brought to him two people who were mute and possessed. And after the evil demons of self-delusion were cast out, behold, the mutes could speak. And the people were amazed, saying, "Such things have never been seen in Israel. How mighty are these new teachings about the power of the Spirit, that they can accomplish such miracles." However, the Pharisees said, "He drives out the evil spirits through their supreme chief, and he blasphemed God, our Lord." But among themselves they said, "Who is this Emmanuel who possesses greater wisdom and greater knowledge than we? His teachings are mightier and truer than ours, and therefore he endangers us. We must try to seize him so that he will suffer death."
Could such content be a way of slowly getting
The Great Harvest.
the narrative of an off-planet threat? As
And
we have
Emmanuel
seen,
went about in
government
all
is
the
in
cities and
possession of
villages,
advanced
taught in their synagogues, and preached the mystery of creation and of the laws of nature, so that the Spirit could attain omnipotence. He preached about the spiritual kingdom within humans and healed every type of sickness and infirmity. When he saw the people, he took pity on them, for they were languishing and scattered like a flock of sheep without a shepherd. Then he spoke to his disciples, "The harvest is great, but there are a few laborers to bring it in. Seek and pray in your consciousness that more laborers will be found for the harvesting." And so it came to pass that workers for the harvest were found, who gathered around Emmanuel to become disciples. Chapter 10. Commissioning of the Disciples. He called his 12 disciples to him and gave them the knowledge for controlling the unclean spirits, so they could drive them out and heal every sickness and infirmity. These are the names of the 12 disciples: Simon, called Peter, and Andrew his brother, James, the son of Zebedee, and John his brother, Philip and Bartholomew, Thomas and Matthew, the tax collector, James, the son of Alphaeus and Thaddeus, Simon Canaeus, and Judas Ischarioth, the only one other than Emmanuel who understood handwriting. Emmanuel sent forth these 12, commanding them and saying, "Do not go into the streets of Israel, and do not go to the scribes and Pharisees, but go into the cities of the Samaritans, and to the ignorant in all parts of the world. Once I have left you, go to those who lack understanding, to the idol worshippers and the ignorant, because they do not belong to the house of Israel, which will bring death and bloodshed into the world. Go out and preach and say, the laws of nature are the laws of creation, and the power of the creational spirit within humans embodies life. Heal the sick, raise the dead, cleanse the lepers, drive out evil spirits, because you receive without having to pay. Give therefore without compensation. You shall not amass gold, silver, or copper in your belts. Also, on your travels, you shall not take large bags with you in which to carry food, water, and clothing. Go on your way with only the bare essentials for eating and sleeping, for keeping yourselves clean, and for a change of clothing. Never carry too much with you, because you will only burden yourselves and become welcome victims of wailing bandits. Remember, furthermore, all labor is worthy of its reward, and you will not be wanting if you diligently preach and teach the true knowledge. When you go into a city or village, inquire if someone is there who is worthy, and stay with him until you depart. And when you enter a house, greet it. If the house is worthy, your peace will pass on to the occupants. But if it is not worthy, your peace will return to you. And if someone will not take you in or listen to your words, leave that house or that city and shake the dust from your feet. Truly I say to you, do not stay in such places, because they are abodes of the ignorant and evil. People there will not recognize the words of truth and knowledge. Flee from those places, because their residents are disloyal to creation and the laws of nature. The people there worship shrines, false gods, and idols, but not creation, nor do they follow its laws. Flee from those places, for people there will try to take your life, because they do not want to forsake their false teachings. Flee from such unrighteous people, because you must not lose your life for the sake of truth and knowledge. No law demands this of you, nor is there one that endorses such recklessness. Truly I say to you, many, nevertheless, will die and shed their blood into the sand, because later my teachings will be turned into false teachings that I never preached, and which originate in the minds of the scribes and priests. Thereby they will bring the people under their control through belief in their false teachings, in order to rob them of their goods and belongings. Throughout the world there will be wailing and chattering of teeth, when the blood flows from all those who have made my teachings of wisdom and knowledge into false teachings, and when the blood flows from all those who, in their false belief and through evil seduction, believe and advocate these false teachings, teachings which certainly are not mine. Many of these false believers will lose their lives, including many Israelites who will never find their peace until the end of the world, because they are ignorant and unwise and deny the power of the Spirit, of love and of knowledge. Truly I say to you, the people of Israel were never one distinct people, and they have always lived by murder, robbery, and fire. They gained possession of this land through guile and murder in reprehensible, predatory wars where the best of friends were slaughtered like wild animals. May the people of Israel be cursed until the end of the world and never find their peace. Behold, like sheep among the wolves, I am sending you among the ignorant and the idolaters. Therefore, be wise as serpents and innocent as doves. But beware of the people, for they will turn you over to the courts and scourge you in their synagogues. And you will be led before sovereigns and kings because of my teachings as witnesses to them and to all other ignorant people. If you cannot flee and they turn you over to the courts, do not be concerned. The power of your spirit will not leave you, and your knowledge will tell you what you should say. It will not be you who speak, but the power of your spirit with its knowledge, and you will come to be hated for the sake of my teachings. But those who persevere to the end will be great. When they persecute you in one city, however, flee to another. Do not go to too much trouble with the cities of Israel, for truly, I say to you, you will get nowhere with the people of Israel until the end of the world. The disciple is never above the teacher, nor the servant above the master. It is enough for the disciple to be like his teacher and the servant like his master. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more will they malign those of this household? Therefore, beware of Israel, because it is like a festering boil. However, do not be afraid of them, because there is nothing hidden that will not be revealed, and nothing secret that will not be known. What I tell you in darkness, speak in the light, and what is whispered into your ear, proclaim from the rooftops. Do not be afraid of evil slander, nor fear those who take life and limb. Do not think that I have come to bring peace on earth. Truly, I have not come to bring peace, but the sword of knowledge about the power of the Spirit which dwells within the human being. For I have come to bring wisdom and knowledge, and to provoke mankind, son against his father, daughter against her mother, daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, servant against master, citizen against government, and believer against preacher. The people's enemies will be their own housemates. The path of truth is long, and the wisdom of knowledge will only penetrate slowly. Dark ages will follow, centuries and millennia, before the truth of the Spirit will penetrate to the people. The unrighteous and the ignorant, including the scribes, priests, and the authorities, will hate those who have the knowledge and will therefore persecute them and sow enmity. Chapter 11. The Baptist's Question. It happened that after Emmanuel had finished giving such directives to his 12 disciples, he continued on from there, teaching and preaching in their cities. When John in prison heard about the works of Emmanuel, he sent forth his disciples to him and had them say, "Are you the one who is to come, the King of wisdom, as foretold by the prophets, or shall we wait for another?" Emmanuel answered and said to them, "Go back and report to John what you hear and see. The blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead rise, and the truth of knowledge is proclaimed to those who seek it. And blessed are those who are not offended by my teaching's testimony about the Baptist." As they were leaving, Emmanuel began to speak to the people of John. "What did you go out into the wilderness to see? Did you expect to see a reed flowing to and fro in the wind? Or what did you go out to see? Did you expect to see a man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, those who wear soft raiment are in kings' houses with the rulers and the rich, and with the hypocrites, scribes and priests. Or what did you go out for? Did you expect to see a prophet? Yes, I tell you, he is more than a prophet. This is he of whom it is written, 'Behold, I will send my messenger before you, who shall prepare your way before you.' Truly I say to you, among all those born of women, no one has arisen who is greater than John the Baptist. But now, in the days of John the Baptist, the earth suffers from violence, and those who commit violence are devastating it. For all prophets and the law have foretold up to the time of John. And if you wish to accept it, he is Elijah, who has come again in his next life. Those who have ears, let them hear." In praise of the Spirit and the knowledge. But to whom shall I compare this generation? It is like the children who sit at the market and call to their playmates, saying, "We struck up a tune for you, and you would not dance. We will before you, and you would not mourn." John, who is Elijah, has come neither eating nor drinking, so they say, "He is possessed." But I have come eating and drinking, and so they say, "Behold, what a glutton and wine bibber this man is, a companion of the tax collectors and the unjust." Yet wisdom is justified through the acknowledged deeds in praise of the Spirit and the knowledge. But at this time, Emmanuel began to speak. "Praise be to creation, maker of the heavens, the universes, and the earth, for keeping the knowledge and power of the Spirit hidden from the unwise and the misguided, who spread the false teachings, and for revealing this knowledge to sincere seekers now. Yes, it has been good of creation and of God and his celestial sons as well, that they have thwarted until now the misuse of power among earth humans. All things have now been given over to mankind, and no one knows the secret of creation, not even one person, and therefore neither God nor his followers. And all things have now been given over to me by God, whose guardian angels taught me the laws and knowledge of nature and the laws emanating from creation. So come to me, all you who are seeking and thirsting for knowledge and truth. I will refresh you. Take upon yourselves the yoke of having to learn the new teachings, for they offer enlightenment. Within them you will find peace for your life, because the yoke of spiritual development is gentle, and its burden is light. Chapter 12, regarding marriage and cohabitation. And it came to pass that Emmanuel began to speak of the laws of marriage and related topics, and he said, "You have been given the directive, you shall not commit adultery. Despite this, people commit adultery and fornication, thus violating the laws of nature. It is written, however, whosoever commits adultery and fornication shall be punished, because the fallible are unworthy of life and its laws. Thus they shall be castrated or sterilized. If unbetrothed men and women bed down with one another in disgrace and without loving each other, they shall be punished also, for the fallible are unworthy of life and its laws. Thus they shall be castrated or sterilized. And if two men bed down with each other, then they shall be punished, for those fallible are unworthy of life and its laws, and behave heretically. Thus they shall also be castrated, expelled, and banished before the people. If, however, two women bed down with one another, they shall not be punished, because they do not violate life and its laws, since they are not inseminating, but are bearing. When inseminator and inseminator join together, life is desecrated and destroyed. But if conceiver and conceiver join together, there is neither desecration, nor destruction, nor procreation. Truly I say to you, there is no animal beneath the heavens that will behave like humankind and violate the laws of creation and nature. Are you not much more than the animals? No animal is found under the heavens for which males cohabit with other males, but females are found together with females, because male and female animals follow the laws of nature. Whosoever indulges in fornication for the sake of pay or pleasure shall be castrated or sterilized, expelled, and banished before the people. Regarding marriage and cohabitation. Whosoever sexually abuses a child is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall therefore be punished by castration or sterilization, and be deprived of freedom through lifelong confinement and isolation. Whosoever indulges in incest is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall therefore be punished by castration or sterilization, and be deprived of freedom through lifelong confinement and isolation. Whosoever has sexual intercourse with an animal is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall be castrated or sterilized, and be expelled and banished before the people. Whosoever marries a man or woman divorced in guilt shall be castrated or sterilized, because he or she is unworthy of life and its laws. They shall both be expelled and banished before the people. He who begets a child without being married to the woman and leaves her unmarried is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall therefore be punished by castration and loss of his freedom. Whosoever rapes a woman or a man is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall therefore be punished by castration or sterilization, and be deprived of freedom through lifelong confinement and isolation. Whosoever commits violence against another person's body, life, or mental health is unworthy of life and its laws, and shall therefore be punished with loss of freedom through lifelong confinement and isolation. Truly, truly, I say to you, these laws are rational and were established by nature, and they shall be obeyed, or humans will bring death to themselves in great masses. This earth can nourish and support 500 million people of all human populations, but if these laws are not followed, in 2 times 1,000 years, there will exist 10 times 500 million people, and the earth will no longer be able to support them. Famines, catastrophes, worldwide wars, and epidemics will rule the earth. Earth humans will kill each other, and only a few will survive. Truly, I say to you, there will be wailing and chattering of teeth when so much human blood drenches the sands of earth that new life forms arise from it, bringing the final horror to mankind. But on this day, you have been allowed to receive all good things, and have been given the laws by which you shall live. And you shall adhere to additional laws, so that you will have prosperity on earth and peace within your families. Do away with enforcing the old law that subjects woman to man, since she is a person like the man, with equal rights and obligations. But when a man marries a woman, he shall pay to the most trusted steward of her possessions a price as security, so that she will not suffer from lack of necessities. The price shall be calculated whereby 100 pieces of silver will be required for each year of the woman's age, if her health is not lacking. Thus, she will be measured according to her knowledge, abilities, and strength. The price shall not be considered that of a purchase, but as security for the woman, so she will not suffer from want. The bond of matrimony between man and woman shall be permitted only if both are mentally competent and capable of conducting a marriage according to the laws. A marriage agreement between man and woman shall be concluded only when the price for the woman is paid. If, according to prearranged agreement, no price is paid, the law applies that the man must provide for all the wife's necessities. A wife's infertility is no cause for divorce, nor for any other judgment or action. The only valid grounds for divorce, aside from adultery, are the destruction or endangerment of the material consciousness, the body, or the life of a member of one's own family. A person who is to blame for a divorce shall be castrated or sterilized, expelled and banished before the people, because he or she is unworthy of life and its laws. If all is done and adhered to in this way, justice and peace will come to all humankind, and life will be preserved. Chapter 13, Emmanuel and the Sabbath. At that time, Emmanuel walked through a field of grain on the Sabbath, and his disciples, being hungry, began to pluck ears of grain and to eat. When the Pharisees saw this, they spoke to him, "Behold, your disciples are doing what is not allowed on the Sabbath." But he spoke to them, "Have you not read what David did when he and those with him were hungry? How he went into the temple and ate the shewbread, which neither he nor those with him were permitted to eat, but only the priests? Or have you not read in the law how on the Sabbath the priests in the temple violate the Sabbath and yet are without guilt? Truly I say to you, you brood of snakes and vipers, a stone will turn into bread before no work may be done on the Sabbath. For the law that the Sabbath be kept holy is only a man-made law without logic, as are many man-made laws that contradict the laws of creation. False prophets and distorters of the scriptures are the guilty ones responsible for these false laws that contradict the laws of creation and of nature. It is therefore a human law that the Sabbath be kept holy, and that no work may be done on that day. But it is a law that escapes logic, since this law is a false teaching, emanating from the human mind. Truly, I say to you, no Sabbath is holy, and no law of creation dictates that no work may be done on the Sabbath. Thus, the Sabbath is a day like any other day on which the day's work may be done. Humans are creatures with wills of their own. Thus, they alone ate masters over the Sabbath, as was previously written in those ancient scriptures and laws that were not adulterated by false prophets, distorters of the scriptures, and Pharisees. And he walked on from there and came into their synagogue, where he continued to teach the people. And behold, there was a man with a withered hand, and they asked him, "Is it also lawful to heal on the Sabbath?" in order that they would have further cause against him. Emmanuel and the Sabbath. But he spoke to them, "You hypocrites, if only you had eyes, ears, and minds so you could see, hear, and understand. But you are blind and without reason because you lack the knowledge to see, hear, and understand nature. Therefore, you lack insight into the laws of creation that would enable you to see, hear, and understand that creation does not keep the Sabbath holy. Every Sabbath day, creation rotates the stars through the heavens, regulates the sun, winds, and rains, and nourishes all creatures on earth. It keeps the rivers flowing in their beds, and everything goes in its normal way, on one Sabbath as on another, just as creation made it. But are not humans much more than all the creatures and plants? Thus, there are masters over them all when they follow the true laws. You brood of snakes and vipers, you distorters of the scriptures who, because of your greed for money and power, spread false teachings, had you but one sheep that fell into a pit on the Sabbath day, who among you would not take hold of it and pull it out? How much more is a person worth than a sheep or your deceitful and false teachings?" Then he spoke to the man, "Stretch out your hand." And he stretched it out, and it became sound again, just like the other hand. Then the Pharisees went out and held counsel about him, on how they could destroy him, since he made known their lies and false teachings in front of the people. When Emmanuel learned of this, he withdrew from there, and many people followed him, including many sick people, and he healed them all. He warned them, however, not to spread the news about him, because he was afraid he would be captured and put to death by torture. But his dedication to the truth prevailed, and so he continued to reveal his teachings and wisdom to the people. Chapter 14. The Wrongdoings of Judas Iscariot. It came to pass that Emmanuel and his disciples went to Bethlehem, where he taught and instructed the people. However, Judas Iscariot had become disloyal to the teachings of Emmanuel and lived only for his own gratification. Secretly, he was collecting from Emmanuel's audiences, accumulating gold, silver, and copper in his money bag so he could live vainly. And it happened that Judas Iscariot, the son of Simeon, the Pharisee, informed Emmanuel of Judas Iscariot's wrongdoings, since he hoped to be paid off for this. But Emmanuel thanked him and did not repay him with any gifts whatever. So Judas Ischarioth thought of revenge, for he was greedy for gold, silver, and goods. But Judas Iscariot was led into the desert by Emmanuel, where, for 3 days and 3 nights, he taught him the concept of right and wrong, whereupon the disciple repented and forthwith followed the teachings of Emmanuel. When he returned to the city, he distributed all his possessions and collections among the poor and became a trusted disciple of Emmanuel. However, at the same time, it transpired that the writings in which Judas Iscariot had reported on the teachings of Emmanuel were stolen from him, so he told Emmanuel about it. But he spoke, "Truly, truly, I say to you, Judas Iscariot, you will have to suffer even greater evils than the mere loss of your writings about my teachings and my life. For over 2,000 years, you will be wrongly accused of betraying me because Simeon, the Pharisee, wants to sell. But his son, Judas Ischarioth, is the real culprit, like his father, Simeon Ischarioth. He is the Pharisee who seeks my life. It is he who stole the writings from you and brought them to the scribes and Pharisees, so they could thereby judge me and put me to death. He received 70 pieces of silver for your writings and will receive another 30 when he makes it possible to hand me over to the executors. Truly, I say to you, he will certainly succeed in this, and for 2 times 1,000 years, you will innocently have to pay the penalty for it. Consequently, you will become a martyr. But write down my teachings and my life story another time, for the time will come, and 2 times 1,000 years, when your writings will be revealed. Until then, my teachings will be falsified and will turn into an evil cult, which will cause much human blood to flow. because the people are still not prepared to comprehend my teachings and to recognize the truth. Not until 2 times 1,000 years will an unassuming man come who will recognize my teachings as truth and disseminate them with great courage. He will be vilified by the established cult religions and advocates of the false teachings about me and be considered a liar. But you, Judas Ischarioth, will until then be innocently reviled as my betrayer and thus be condemned, as a result of the deceitfulness of the chief priests and the ignorance of the people. But pay no attention to this, for the teaching of the truth demands sacrifices that must be made. The people are still not very great in their spirit, consciousness, and knowledge. Therefore, they must first take upon themselves much guilt and error before they learn thereby to accumulate knowledge and wisdom so as to recognize the truth. For all of this to take place, however, and for the knowledge of the truth to bring forth a rich harvest within people, write down my teachings and my life story once again. In this way, my teachings will be available for later generations and bear fruit to the truth. Remain with me from now on, follow me, and faithfully carry out your duty as the transcriber of my teachings, namely, the teachings of the laws of nature, which are the original laws of creation. Never will there be a will greater than the will of creation, which reveals itself through these laws. But the laws of creation have been valid for yesterday and today, and therefore for tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and for all time. Thus, the laws are also determination and hence a predetermination for things of the future that must happen. Chapter 15. The meaning of the parables. That same day, Emmanuel went out and walked to the sea, where he sat down. Many people gathered around him, so that he stepped into the boat and sat down, and all the people stood on the shore. He talked to them in parables about various things, saying, Behold, a sower went out to sow. While he sowed, some seeds fell on the pathway, then the birds came and ate them up. And some fell on the rocks, where there was not much soil. And as the sun rose high, they withered, and because they had no roots, they dried out. Some fell among the thorns, and the thorns grew up and smothered them. Some fell on good ground and bore fruit, some 100-fold, some 60-fold, some 30-fold. Those who have ears, let them hear. The disciples stepped up to him and said, Why do you speak in parables when they do not understand your teachings? He answered, saying, It has been given to you to understand the secrets of the Spirit, but it has not been given to them. They certainly hear my words, but they still live and think according to the false teachings of their scribes and Pharisees. Their consciousness is unknowing and empty. Therefore, they must first learn to live and think. What would be better to make them come alive and think, if not through speaking in parables? Truly, I say to you, life and the knowledge of truth are only valuable and good when they are achieved through one's own thinking or through the resolving of mysteries that are recounted in parables. As yet, humans have little knowledge and no insight, and they are not yet conscious of the laws of creation and the power of the Spirit. First, humans must learn to recognize the truth and thus to live according to the laws of creation, so they may become knowledgeable and strong in spirit. For to those who have, more will be given, so that they may have in abundance. But from those who have not, from them will be taken what they have. Therefore, I speak to them in parables, because with seeing eyes they do not see, and with hearing ears they do not hear, nor do they understand. And in them the prophecy of Isaiah is fulfilled that says, With your ears you will hear and not understand, and with open eyes you will see and not perceive. For these people are stubborn in their minds and endeavors. The ears of these humans hear poorly, and their eyes slumber, so they neither see with their eyes,
nor hear with their ears, nor understand with their intelligence. Nor do they try to comprehend the truth and the acknowledged laws of creation, although they would thereby attain help and knowledge. For the people of Israel are unfaithful to the laws of creation and are accursed, and never will they find peace. Their blood will be shed, for they constantly transgress against the laws of creation. They presume themselves above all humankind as a chosen people, and thus as a separate race. What an evil error and what an evil presumption, for inasmuch as Israel was never one people or one race, so it was never a chosen people. Unfaithful to the laws of creation, Israel is a mass of people with an inglorious past characterized by murder and arson. Only a few fathers in the masses of these unfaithful have an honorable past and a traceable family tree. These, however, are not part of the brood of snakes and vipers who have pledged themselves to the false Judaic faith, to the false beliefs and false teachings they adopted from Moses, who, in turn, had stolen them from the Egyptians. These few fathers are knowers of the truth and of true knowledge, and they recognize only the laws of creation. They became rare in this land, however, and so can be counted on just one man's hand. They are only a few, and no one's eyes may recognize them, and no one's ears may hear them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. Truly I say to you, many prophets and righteous men have wanted to see what you see, but did not see it, and to hear what you hear, but did not hear it. So listen now to the hidden meaning of this parable about the sower. If someone hears the word of truth about the Spirit and the laws, and does not understand it, then the evil one comes and snatches away what is sown in their mind. That is for whom it is sown on the pathway. But for whom it is sown on the rocks, that is the one who hears the word and promptly accepts it with joy. But this person has no roots within, so that which is heard cannot take hold and grow. Rather, this one is fickle and becomes annoyed when misery and persecution arise because of the truth. But for whom it is sown among the thorns, that is the one who hears the word. But the woes of the world and the deception of material riches smother the truth and the knowledge. Thus, this one brings forth no fruit. But for whom it is sown on good ground, this is the one who accepts the word and seeks and finds the truth, so as to be able to live according to the laws of truth. Thus, the fruit is allowed to grow and ripen, bringing in a rich harvest. One person bears 100-fold, another 60-fold, and another 30-fold. These are the meanings of the parables, whose secrets must be deciphered by the people, in order that they learn to think and develop insights. Nevertheless, the path to wisdom and finding the truth is long, as is compliance with the laws of creation, even though these are so obvious. The weeds among the good fruit. But he put before them another parable and said, The spiritual kingdom is like a man who planted good seeds in his field. But while he slept, his enemy came and sowed weeds among the good seeds and went away. As the plantings grew and bore fruit, the weeds also appeared. Then the servants came to the sower and said, Master, did you not sow good seed in your field? Where have the weeds come from? He spoke to them, An enemy has done this. Then the servant said, Do you want us to go out and pull up the weeds? He replied, No, lest you uproot the good fruit when you pull up the weeds. Let both grow together until the harvest, and near harvest time I will tell the reapers, First gather the weeds and bind them in bundles, that they may be burned and the ashes strewn over the field, so that the soil will be nourished. But gather the good fruit and stack it for me in my barn. For behold, said Emmanuel, both grow side by side, the weeds and the good fruit. The weeds hinder the good fruit from growing, Yet later the weeds will become compost and nourish the ground. Were it not for the weeds being made into nourishment for the soil, the good fruit cannot grow, since it needs nourishment. The mustard seed. He presented the people with another parable, saying, "The spiritual kingdom is like a mustard seed that a man took and sowed in his field. It is the smallest among the seeds, but when it is grown, it is bigger than all the shrubs and becomes a tree, so that the birds of the sky come and dwell in its branches." The leaven. He told the people another parable. "The spiritual kingdom is like leaven, which a woman took and mixed into 3 bushels of flour, until it was thoroughly leavened." Emmanuel told the people all of this in parables, and he did not speak to them without using parables, so that what is said through the prophet will be fulfilled, who states, "He will open his mouth in parables and will proclaim what has been hidden since the beginning of the world." This was so that people might learn from it, find the truth, and recognize and follow the laws. The treasure in the field and the priceless pearl. Those who have ears, let them hear. The spiritual kingdom is like a hidden treasure in the field, which a person finds and conceals, and in his joy over the discovery, he goes out and sells everything he has and buys the field. Once more, the spiritual kingdom is like a merchant who was searching for fine pearls. When he found the precious pearl, he went and sold everything he had and bought it. The fishnet. Again, the spiritual kingdom is like a net that was thrown into the sea and caught all manner of fish. When it was full, the fishermen pulled it ashore, sat down, and sorted the good fish into containers, but threw the useless ones away. Such is the spiritual kingdom which rules within humans and whose king is the human being itself. Pay heed to the parables accordingly and learn to solve their secrets, so that you learn to think and to recognize and follow the laws of creation. Have you understood all this? And they said, Yes. Then he said, Therefore, every scribe who has become a disciple of the spiritual knowledge and the spiritual kingdom is like the father of a household who retrieves from this treasure the new and the old. In Nazareth. It happened that after Emmanuel had finished these parables, he went away from there. Arriving in his hometown of Nazareth, he taught in the synagogue. The people were appalled and they said, How did he come by such wisdom and deeds? Is he not the son of Joseph, the carpenter, whose wife became pregnant by a guardian angel? Is not his mother named Mary? Are not his brothers Judas, Joseph, Simeon, and Jacob? And his sisters, are they not all with us? From where does he get all this wisdom and the power for his deeds? So they took offense at him and threatened to turn him over to the courts. But Emmanuel spoke. Nowhere is a prophet valued less than in his own country and in his own house. This will prove true for all time, as long as humanity has little knowledge and is enslaved by the delusionary teachings of the scribes and distorters of Scripture. So, it will come true in 2 times 1,000 years when humans have become knowledgeable and thinking, and when my actual unfalsified teachings will be revealed anew. The new prophet of that distant future will not possess as much strength and power over evil and sickness, but his knowledge will surpass mine, and his revelations about my real teachings will shake the foundations of the entire earth. For in his time, the world will be inundated by my teachings as falsified by the distorters of the Scriptures, and it will be living in false religious cults that bring death. It will be a time when wars from space begin to threaten, and many new gods will seek to rule over the earth. Truly, truly, I say to you, the new prophet will be persecuted not only by wrong-minded people, as will happen to me, but also by the whole world and by many deluded religious cults, which will bring forth many false prophets. Yet, before the end of 2 times 1,000 years, the new prophet will reveal my unfalsified teachings to small groups, just as I teach the wisdom, the knowledge, and the laws of the Spirit and of creation to small groups of trusted friends and disciples. Nevertheless, his path will be very difficult and full of obstacles, because he will begin his mission in a peace-loving country in the north, which will be dominated, however, by a strict and false religious cult based upon scriptural distortions of my teachings. Thus I prophesy, and thus it shall be. And he did not there show great signs of his power, nor did he impart his great wisdom, because of their disdain for the truth. Chapter 16. Herod and the Baptist. At the time when Emmanuel was staying in Nazareth, news about him reached Herod. And he spoke to his people, "Surely this is John the Baptist, who has arisen from the dead, and who therefore possesses such mighty powers. For Herod has seized John, bound him, and put him into prison because of Herodias, the wife of his brother Philippus, and had him beheaded." However, it had come to pass previously that John reprimanded Herod, saying, "It is not good that you have taken Herodias, because you have committed adultery with your brother's wife, and therefore you must be punished according to the law." For this, he wanted to kill the Baptist, but was afraid of the people, because they considered this man to be a prophet. However, as Herod was celebrating his birthday, the daughter of Herodias danced before them, and Herod was greatly pleased. He therefore promised her, with an unlawful oath, that he would give her whatever she would demand of him. And as she had been induced accordingly by her mother, she said, "Give me the head of John the Baptist on a silver platter." But the daughter of Herodias wept while saying this, not just because she was inspired with love for John the Baptist, but also because she was devoted to his teachings. The king was pleased that Herodias had persuaded her daughter to demand the head of John the Baptist, because this way he was not guilty in the eyes of the people, inasmuch as he had taken an oath. But Herodias' daughter did not know that Herod and her mother had agreed, even before the dance, to demand the head of John the Baptist through her. Thus Herod sent someone and had John beheaded in prison. His head was carried in on a silver platter and given to the girl. She kissed the brow of the decapitated head, wept bitterly, and said, "I did not know that love tastes so bitter." Then she brought the head of the Baptist to her mother. His disciples then came, took the body, and buried it. Then they went to Emmanuel and told him of the event. When Emmanuel heard this, he was overcome with fear and retreated by boat to a deserted area. However, when the people heard that, they followed him on foot from the towns. Emmanuel saw the large crowd from the water, and feeling sorry for them, he went ashore and healed their sick. The feeding of the 5,000. In the evening, his disciples came to him and said, "This area is deserted and night is falling over the land. Tell the people to go away so that they can buy food and drink in the villages." But Emmanuel said, "It is not necessary that they go away. Give them food and drink." They replied, "We have nothing here but 5 leaves of bread and 3 fish. And he said, "Bring them to me." And telling the people to stay put, he took the 5 leaves of bread and 3 fish, spoke secret words, broke the leaves of bread, cut up the fish, and gave them to his disciples, and the disciples gave them to the people. They all ate and were filled, and they saved what was left over, 12 baskets full of pieces. And there were about 5,000 who had eaten. Walking on the sea. Soon afterward, Emmanuel directed his disciples to enter the boat and to cross over to the city in advance of him while he would dismiss the people. After he had sent the people away, he climbed up a small mountain alone in order to rest and regain his depleted strength. And so he was there alone in the evening. The disciples' boat was at that time in the middle of the sea and being imperiled by the waves, for the wind was against them and the storm was over them. However, on the fourth watch during the night, Emmanuel approached them, walking on the water of the sea. When his disciples saw him walking on the water, they were terrified and said, "He is a ghost," and they screamed in fear. But soon Emmanuel came closer, spoke to them and said, "Be comforted. It is I. Do not be afraid." "Master, it is you?" Peter asked. "Truly it is I," said Emmanuel. But Peter answered him and said, "Master, if it is you, then let me come to you on the water." And Emmanuel said, "Come here to me, and don't be afraid. Understand and know that the water is carrying you, and it will carry you. Do not doubt your knowledge and ability, and the water will be a firm foundation." And Peter stepped out of the boat, walked on the water, and approached Emmanuel. But when strong thunder ripped through the howling storm, he startled and began to sink, screaming, "Emmanuel, help me!" Emmanuel quickly went to him, stretched out his hand and grabbed him, saying, "Oh, you of little knowledge, why are you frightened and why do you become doubtful in your fright? The power of your knowledge gives you the ability as you have just witnessed. You trusted in my words before the thunder came, but then you were frightened and began to doubt, and so the power of knowledge left you and your ability disappeared. Never doubt the power of your spirit, which is part of creation itself and therefore knows no limits of power. Behold, there was a little bird that circled at great heights and sang, rejoicing about life, when a strong gust of wind came and made it waver. It then suddenly doubted its power to fly, plummeted down, and it was killed. Therefore, never doubt the power of your spirit, and never doubt your knowledge and ability when logic proves to you the law of creation in truth and correctness." They stepped into the boat, and Emmanuel commanded the storm to stop. It abated, and the wind ceased. Those who were in the boat marveled and said, "You are indeed a master of the spirit and someone who knows the laws of creation. No one like you has ever been born among us, nor has any prophet known to us has such power." But Emmanuel answered, "I tell you, there are greater masters of spiritual power than I, and they are our distant forefathers of Patel. And great are they also, who came from the depths of space, and the greatest among them is God, and he is the spiritual ruler of 3 human lineages. However, above him stands creation, whose laws he faithfully follows and respects. Therefore, he is not omnipotent, as only creation itself can be. Thus, there are also limits set for him who allows himself to be called God, and who is above emperors and kings, as the word says. But humans are ignorant and immature, thus they believe God to be creation and serve an erroneous doctrine, as was falsified by the distorters of the scriptures. Thus, since people believe in God, they do not know about the reality of creation, but God is human as we are. But the difference is that in his consciousness and knowledge, and in wisdom, logic, and love, he is 1,000 times greater than you and greater than all people of earth. But he is not creation, which is infinite and without form. Thus, God is also one of creation's creatures, who, according to illogical human opinion, has no beginning and no end. And they went across the sea and came ashore at Gennesaret. And as the people in that region became aware of him, they sent word throughout the land and brought to him all who were sick. Then they asked him if they might just touch the hem of his garment so they would be healed. And thus it came to pass, those who touched the hem of his garment became well. Chapter 17. Human Commandments and the Laws of Creation. Pharisees and scribes from Jerusalem came to Emmanuel and said, Why do your disciples disregard the statutes of the elders? He answers, saying to them, Why do you violate the laws of creation by following your statutes? Moses said, According to the laws of mankind, you must honor your father and mother, but those who unjustly dishonor their father and mother shall die. The teaching of the laws of creation is this: You shall honor your father and mother, but whosoever does not honor their father and mother shall be expelled from the family and from the society of the righteous. But you teach, say to one's father or mother, I donate to the religious cult what I owe on your behalf. Thus, I am no longer indebted to you. Therefore, you wrongly teach that people no longer need to honor their father and mother. Thus, you have traded the laws of creation for your own statutes and lust for power. You hypocrites, Isaiah has prophesied quite accurately about you when he said, The people of Israel give lip service to creation, but their hearts and their knowledge are far from it. They serve their cult in vain, because they teach such falsified and untruthful teachings, which are no more than man-made laws. And Emmanuel called the people to him and said, Listen and understand. The teachings of the scribes and Pharisees are false and untruthful, for they preach to you only man-made statutes, which are not the laws of creation. Thereupon, his disciples came to him and said, Are you aware that the scribes and Pharisees were offended by your words when they heard them? They went out to bear witness against you and to have you killed because of your teachings. But he answered and spoke, All plants that do not live according to the laws of creation will dry up and rot. Leave them be. They are blind leaders of the blind, but when a blind man leads another blind man, both will fall into the pit. But let us go away, so that the henchmen remain without booty. Then Peter answered him, saying, Please interpret your speech about the plants and the blind men for us. But Emmanuel reprimanded his disciples and said, Are you too still without wisdom, and therefore also ignorant and doubting in recognition, comprehension, and understanding? You have been with me for a long time now, but you still lack the ability to think and recognize the truth. Truly, I say to you, you yourselves will do much toward falsifying my teachings in the future. In your knowledge, you barely exceed the other people. Haven't you realized yet that all the parables and speeches have spiritual meaning and are therefore about the spiritual life of humans? Oh, you of little knowledge, does your understanding still not extend beyond the stupidity of the people? Beware, lest you see me in a false light and accuse me of an origin from which I cannot have descended. Chapter 18. The Pharisees demand a sign. Emmanuel departed and escaped to the region of Sidon and Tyre. And behold, the Sadducees and Pharisees approached him and demanded that he let them see a sign of his spiritual power. But he answered, saying, In the evening you say, Tomorrow will be a fair day, because the sky is red. And in the morning you say, Today will be foul weather, because the sky is red and cloudy. So you can judge by the appearance of the sky. Why then can you not also judge by the signs of the time? This wicked and unfaithful generation is seeking a sign. No sign shall be given to it except for the sign of Jonah, who disappeared alive in the belly of the fish, dwelled alive in its belly, and emerged alive again into the light. And he left them and went away. The leaven and the Pharisees. When they sailed across the sea and arrived at the other shore, they had forgotten to take along some bread. But Emmanuel said to them, Take care and beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. They spoke to each other and said, This must refer to our not having brought along bread or anything else to eat. When Emmanuel heard this, he was angry and said, Oh, you of little knowledge, why does it worry you that you have no bread? Don't you yet understand, and can't you imagine the meaning of my words? Are you then of such little knowledge and without understanding that you cannot recognize the meaning? Do you still not understand? And do you intend not to understand for all times? Don't you remember the 5 leaves of bread and the 3 fish divided among the 5,000, and how many basketfuls you then saved? How is it you don't understand that I am not speaking to you about the bread you eat every day? But I tell you this, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Then they finally understood that he had not said for them to beware of the leaven of the bread, but of the false and adulterated teachings of the scribes and Pharisees. Peter's faith. Emmanuel came into the area of Caesarea Philippi and asked his disciples, "Who do the people say that I am?" They said, "Some say that you are John the Baptist, others that you are Elijah, and still others that you are Jeremiah, or one of the old prophets." And he said to them, "But who do you say that I am?" Simon Peter answered, saying, "You are the prophesied Messiah and the Son of the living God, who is the spiritual ruler of the 3 human lineages." Emmanuel became angry and answered, saying to him, "Oh, you unfortunate one, my teachings have not revealed this to you, for I have instructed you in the truth. And I also tell you, you certainly are a faithful disciple, but your understanding must be compared to that of a child. You are Peter, and I cannot build my teachings on your rock. You will open the portals of misunderstanding, so that the people will be overcome by your mistaken interpretation of my teachings and will follow them and live according to falsified teachings. I cannot give you the key to the spiritual kingdom, otherwise you would open false locks and wrong portals with it. I am not the son of a spiritual ruler of 3 human lineages, and therefore not the Son of God. Furthermore, the sole spiritual power is creation and never human being. Therefore, free yourself from these erroneous teachings and learn the truth. My mother is Mary, who truly conceived me through a guardian angel, a descendant of our ancestors, who traveled here from the far reaches of the universe, and my earthly father is Joseph, who only acts as my paternal guardian." Then he warned his disciples never to tell or wrongly assume such things, and that they were not allowed to spread Peter's confused teachings. Proclamation of the Passion. From that time onward, Emmanuel began to tell his disciples that he would have to go to Jerusalem and suffer much from the elders, scribes, and chief priests, because he could not help but bring his teachings to them. And Peter took him aside and spoke to him angrily. "May God of creation prevent that. This must not happen to you, because they will catch and torture and kill you." But he turned to Peter, became angry, and said, "Get away from me, Satan, for you are an annoyance, because you are thinking not in spiritual, but in human terms. Simon Peter, again, you make me angry and show your ignorant thinking. Truly, I say to you, owing to your lack of understanding, the world will shed much blood because you will falsify my teachings and spread them erroneously among the people. You will be to blame for the deaths of many people, as well as for the origin of a false name for me, and for the evil insult of calling me the Son of God, and calling God creation itself. But you are still under the grace of my long-suffering patience, so you can still measurably improve upon your rationality." Then Emmanuel said to his disciples, "Those who desire to follow my teachings should take upon themselves the burden of the search for truth, insight, and understanding. Because those who live their lives in truth and knowledge will be victorious, but those who live their lives in untruth and ignorance will lose. What would it profit them if they should gain the whole world, yet still damage their consciousness? Or how can one help one's spirit if unable to think? Truly, I say to you, there are several here who will not taste the power of spiritual knowledge in this life, and so they will learn in the next life. The human spirit is ignorant until it has gained knowledge through thinking and inquiry. The spirit of a person is not a human product, but is part of creation given to humans. It must be made knowledgeable and perfected, so that it proceeds to become one with creation, since creation too lives in constant growth. Creation is timeless, and so is the human spirit. The teaching of this knowledge is extensive and not simple, but it is the way of life that is diverse in its nature. The human life is destined for perfection of the spirit, in order that life be lived in fulfillment thereof. Even when humans burden themselves with mistakes, they act according to a law of creation, because they learn from them and gather insight and knowledge, whereby they develop their spirits, and through their spirit's strength, they are able to act. Without making mistakes, it is impossible, therefore, to gather the logic, insight, knowledge, love, and wisdom necessary to develop the spirit. Truly, I say to you, the teachings of the chief priests, Pharisees, and scribes are erroneous and false when they tell you that a mistake would be punished by God or creation when, in fact, the mistake serves the insight and knowledge and hence the progress of the spirit. Therefore, there is no punishable mistake if it serves the insight, knowledge, and progress of the spirit. Likewise, there is no inheritable mistake or punishment in this world or another world. Punishment of such a mistake would contradict all the laws of nature and thus all the laws of creation. When one makes a mistake that serves the insight, knowledge, and progress of the spirit, there is no punishment, neither in this life nor in any subsequent life. Thus, humans live with the mission of perfecting their spirits and obtaining insight and knowledge through mistakes, so that they may lead the lives for which they were destined. Humans, however, neither learn consistently nor in accordance with the greatness of their spirit, which is guided by the laws of creation and introduced to situations that must sequentially ensue, for they are destined. Thus, humans mislead their consciousness, their thinking, feeling, and actions. They burden themselves with guilt and expose their inner selves to attacks from outside forces. In this manner, the power of consciousness of others affects the life of the individual, for better or worse. Because humans at this time are beginning to think and perceive, they are in need of the teachings. Thus, the prophets have been sent by the celestial sons to teach humankind about the true laws of creation and the knowledge regarding life. But the people are still ignorant and addicted to the false laws of the chief priests and distorters of the scriptures. Consequently, they do not recognize the new teachings as truth. Lacking understanding, the people curse the truth, which yet must come. They curse, stone, kill, and crucify the prophets. But since the teachings of the truth must be brought to the people, the prophets have to bear great burdens and suffering under the curse of the people. Just as they persecuted many prophets, they are now after my life. The prophecy of the inexorable destiny says that it shall come true for me, insofar that I, an innocent man, will be declared guilty. However, it will not come to pass that I am killed, but while in a state of near death, I will be considered dead for 3 days and 3 nights. I will be placed in a rock tomb, so that the sign of Jonah will be fulfilled. My friends from faraway India, who are well versed in the art of healing, will be my caretakers and will help me flee from the tomb on the 3rd day, so that I then may finish my mission among the people of India. It shall come to pass that I will attain a certain insight, increase my knowledge, and generate a new strength in spirit and consciousness. Chapter 19. The Nature of a Child's Thinking. It came to pass that the disciples stepped up to Emmanuel and asked, "Who is the greatest in spirit?" Emmanuel called the child to him, placed the youth in their midst, and spoke, "Truly I say to you, unless you change and become like the children, you will not become great in spirit. Those who search, seek, and gather insights and thirst for knowledge like this child will be great in spirit. Those who search, seek, and find like such a child will always reach their fullest potential within themselves. But whosoever does not heed this truth and embraces erroneous teachings, and neither searches nor finds, will be better off with a millstone hung around the neck and drowned in the deepest part of the sea. Truly, there is no sense in life and no fulfillment of its meaning without searching, seeking, and finding. It would be better to expel those who lack understanding from the company of the true seekers and of those who search for true life, so that they do not hinder those willing to seek the truth. The unreasonable ones will surely be willing to heed the laws of creation in their lives after their expulsion. Woe to the world for troubles, because trouble must come through troublemakers, but woe to those who cause troubles. Don't be concerned if your hand or foot troubles you and falls off. It is better to lose a limb and grow great in spirit than to have 2 hands and 2 feet and a consciousness that remains small or even wastes away. Don't be concerned if an eye troubles you and becomes blind. It is better for you to see the laws of creation in the power of your spirit and consciousness than to have 2 eyes and yet be spiritually blind in consciousness. See to it that you are not one of those who is sound in body but sick and lacking in consciousness. The errors of your neighbor. Search for the meaning and truth in my teachings. Since I am human like you, I too have had to search and perceive. Since I am human like you and have gathered my knowledge, you are also capable of learning, searching, perceiving, and knowing. In so doing, you may grasp and observe the laws of creation. If your neighbor errs and embraces a falsified teaching, go and reveal their error in private. If they listen to you, you have won your neighbor. If your neighbor does not listen and continues to be enslaved by a lack of understanding, leave that person be, for they are not worthy of your teaching once you have done everything possible. It is better to let an unreasonable person walk on the path of misery than to bring confusion to one's own consciousness. Truly, I say to you, the heavens will collapse before an unreasonable person can be taught reason. Therefore, beware of such persons. Sow the seeds of wisdom on fertile soil where they can germinate, because only the germinated seed will bring forth fruit. Chapter 20. Marriage, Divorce, and Celibacy. It happened that after Emmanuel had concluded these talks, he departed from Galilee and entered the land of Judea beyond the Jordan. Many people followed him, and he healed the sick there. The Pharisees approached him and tempted him by asking, "Is it right for a man to divorce his wife on any grounds?" He answered, saying, "Truly I say to you, stars would sooner fall from the sky than for divorce to be permissible. Truly, a person will leave father and mother for the sake of marriage and will cling to their spouse, so as to become one flesh and blood. So there are now no longer 2, but one flesh and blood, which is uniquely theirs. From one flesh and blood they bring forth offspring, who again are of the same flesh and blood as their father and mother. What has been joined together in this way, man shall not part, because it is against the laws of nature." Then they asked, "Why did Moses command that a decree of annulment be issued in case of divorce?" He spoke to them, "Moses gave you permission to divorce because of the hardness of your hearts and his dominion over you. But such has not been the case from the beginning of humankind, for Moses has broken a law in this instance. But I say to you, whosoever divorces except for fornication or the other stipulated transgressions, and marries someone else, commits adultery." And the disciples said to him, "If this is the way it is between a man and his spouse, then it is not good to marry." But he spoke to them, "Not everyone understands this message, except those to whom it is given. Some do not enter marriage because from the time of their birth they are incapable of it, Some do not enter marriage because other people have made them unsuited for it, and still others do not enter marriage because they renounce it for the sake of spiritual strength. Those who can grasp this, let them grasp it. Blessing of the children. Then children were brought to him, so he would lay his hands on them and bless them. But the disciples rebuked them. However, Emmanuel spoke, "Let the children be, and do not hinder them from coming to me, because they are my most attentive listeners, and theirs is the realm of wisdom." And he laid his hands upon them and said, "Learn knowledge and wisdom to become spiritually perfect and true followers of the law. Truly I say to you, inasmuch as I am called Emmanuel, which means the one with godly knowledge, you too shall bear this name when you grasp the wisdom of knowledge." And to his disciples he said, "Truly, truly, I say to you, seek knowledge and recognize the truth, so that you will become wise." Being named the one with godly knowledge indicates that I stand spiritually above kings and emperors. Therefore, it says that wisdom is among us. Thus, I am the king of wisdom among earth humans, as God is the king of wisdom among the sons of heaven, who, together with God, are the creators of the three human lineages. As I was born of an earth woman and speak her language, I am called Emmanuel, as God in his language is called God, which also means king of wisdom, and he is often ruler over a human population and master over a people. Seek and understand the meaning of my speech, lest you may be so bold as to call me the Son of God, or the Son of creation, or assign me to the power of creation, or insult me by calling me the Lord over good and evil. Behold the little children, they are not like you. They trust in the truth and wisdom of my speech, and therefore wisdom shall be theirs. So why do you push them away?" And he laid his hands upon them and departed from there. As they were walking, Peter said to him, "Behold, we have forsaken everything to follow you. What will we get in return?" But Emmanuel replied to them, "Truly I say to you, some of you who have followed me will embrace the wisdom of my teachings, so you will be spiritually great in reincarnations to come. But some of you will not recognize the wisdom of my teachings and will disseminate erroneous teachings about me. Those ones will have difficulty finding the truth in future incarnations. So it will be among all earth humans everywhere, from east to west, and from north to south. My beneficial teachings will be brought to many, but they will not recognize them. Many will follow erroneous teachings about me and therefore not find the truth, because they mistake me for God or his Son, or perhaps even the Son of creation. They will speak big words and insist that they alone know the truth, because they will have fallen prey to an evil error and thus will follow evil and falsified teachings. Many will be first among the people because they will think as humans in their deluded teachings, but they will be last in spiritual knowledge and small in their wisdom. Wisdom will only exist where the knowledge about the truth bears fruit and where the laws of creation are followed and respected. Chapter 21. Two Blind Persons. When they set out on their way to Jericho, many people followed him. And behold, two blind persons sat by the wayside, and when they heard Emmanuel going by, they cried out, saying, "O Lord, Son of a celestial Son, have mercy on us." The people threatened them to be quiet, but they screamed even louder, saying, "O Lord, Son of a celestial Son, have mercy on us." And Emmanuel stood still and called out to them, asking, "What do you want me to do for you?" They said to him, "Lord, open our eyes so we can glimpse the splendor of the world." And he had pity on them and asked, "Whose power do you suppose is it that can make you see?" They replied, "The power of creation which is in the laws." Emmanuel was astonished and said, "Truly, so far I have never found such faith and knowledge among these people. Be it done to you as you expect." And he touched their eyes, and immediately they could see, and they followed him. As they went on their way, Emmanuel taught the people with sincerity, and he spoke, "Truly, truly, I say to you, if you are knowledgeable and comprehending and embrace wisdom, and if you practice love truthfully and do not doubt, not only will you do such things with blind eyes, but when you say to the fig tree, 'Dry up,' it will dry up. Or when you say to a mountain, 'Lift yourself up and throw yourself into the sea,' it will come to pass. Be knowledgeable in truth and wisdom, so that your spirit and your consciousness will become powerful. And when you are knowledgeable and live in the truth of wisdom, your spirit and your consciousness will be filled with infinite power. Then everything you command or ask for in prayer, you will receive if you trust in it. Do not suppose, however, that prayer is necessary, because you will also receive without prayer if your spirit and your consciousness are trained through wisdom. Do not delude yourself by heeding the falsified teachings that a person has a predetermined will, because this belief is wrong. Know this: whatever a person may wish to accomplish, they must always first create the will to do so, because this is the law of nature. Thus, a person determines the course of their life, known as fate. But it is a fact that one must acquire knowledge and learn the truth in order to engender a will that is imbued with the laws. Consider yourselves as people who live in order to learn and perfect the spirit, because you were born with the task of becoming perfect in spirit. Pay no attention in the future when the erroneous teaching will be spread that humans must once again perfect themselves in spirit because they have fallen away from creation. Beware of this false teaching, because it is wrong down to the final dot on the I. Truly, truly, I say to you, humans were never perfect in spirit, and thus they had never fallen away from creation. The spirit of each person is created specifically for the task of perfecting itself and gaining wisdom. This is so as to become one with creation as destined by the laws, whereby creation grows and expands within and thus perfects itself. And as the spirit within a person is a unity, so is creation a unity within itself, and no other powers exist besides it. Within itself, creation is pure spirit and therefore infinite power, because it is one within itself and nothing exists outside of it. Therefore, beware of the false and adulterated future teachings that will insult me when they call me the Son of Creation and the Son of God. From these false teachings, lies will be spun, and because of them, the world will suffer much deprivation and misery. Pay no attention to the erroneous future teachings which will endeavor to combine the spirit and creation and me into one, creating from them a threefold entity, which in turn should be a unity again. Beware of these false and adulterated teachings of the future, because a trinity is impossible according to the logical laws of creation. Truly, I say to you, the princes suppress their people, and the mighty use violence against them. Similarly, the forthcoming religious sects will use violence when they adulterate my teachings and disseminate them. So, beware of them, and do not permit yourselves to be forced into carrying the yoke of these false teachings. But this does not have to happen to you. Instead, you should be great and learn and teach the truth. As I have come to teach truth and knowledge among the people, so you should keep on reaching, in order that the truth may indeed prevail. Chapter 22. Entry into Jerusalem. As they approached Jerusalem at Bethpage, near the Mount of Olives, Emmanuel sent forth 2 of his disciples and said to them, "Go into the village that lies ahead, and forthwith you will find a female donkey tied to a post and a foal with her. Untie her and bring her to me, because she is a present to me and is only temporarily being kept there at the stable. And if anyone questions you, say, 'Emmanuel of Nazareth needs her,' and right away he will let you have her." The disciples went there and did as Emmanuel had told them. They brought the female donkey and the foal, and they laid their clothes on the old animal, and he mounted it. When the people heard that Emmanuel, the King of Wisdom, was coming, they spread their clothes on the path. Others cut branches from the trees and scattered them on the path. And the people who walked ahead of him and those who followed him shouted and said, "Hail to the descendant of David! Praise be to him who comes to proclaim anew the teachings of truth." And when they entered Jerusalem, the whole city became excited and asked, "Who is it that's coming?" The people replied, "It is Emmanuel, the prophet from Nazareth in Galilee, who brings anew the teachings of truth." Purging of the Temple. Emmanuel went into the temple in Jerusalem and became furious when he saw that traders, vendors, dove merchants, and money changers had established themselves there. Emmanuel was very upset and said to them, "It is written, the temple is to be a place of teaching and a place of contemplation, but you make it into a den of thieves." In his anger, he overturned the tables of the money changers and the chairs of the dove merchants, and he drove them all out with a donkey driver's whip. And the blind and lame came to him in the temple, and he healed them all. But when the chief priests and scribes saw the great deeds he was performing, and the people as they shouted in the temple saying, "Hail to the descendant of David," they became indignant. When they asked him, "Do you hear what these people are saying?" Emmanuel said to them, "Are you so afraid of the truth that it angers you?" And he left them there and departed from the city for Bethany, where he stayed overnight. Back in Jerusalem. And when Emmanuel returned again to the temple and taught, the chief priests, scribes, and the elders of the people came to him and asked, "By what authority are you doing these things, and who gave you the authority?" But Emmanuel answered, saying to them, "I too want to ask you a question, and if you answer it, I will tell you by whose authority I am doing everything. Whence came the baptism of John? From creation or from men?" They pondered the question and spoke among themselves. "If we say it was through creation, then he will reply, 'Why don't you trust in it, and why aren't you following its laws?' But if we say it was through men, then we must fear the people because they consider John a prophet." And so they answered Emmanuel, saying, "We don't know." Thereupon he replied to them, "You brood of snakes and vipers, neither will I tell you by whose authority I act. But what do you think? A man had 2 sons and went to the first one and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' He answered, saying, 'Yes, father, I will go.' Yet he did not go. So he went to the other son and said, 'My son, go and work today in the vineyard.' But he answered and said, 'I don't want to do it, and therefore I will not go.' However, he soon felt remorse and went. Now I ask you, which of the 2 did the will of the Father?" And they said, "The latter, of course." But Emmanuel spoke to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, the publicans and prostitutes will recognize the wisdom of knowledge before you do. John and the prophets came to you and taught you the right way, and you did not trust them. But the publicans and prostitutes did trust them. And although you recognized it, you nevertheless did not penance and change your mind, so that you would trust them from that time on. You know the truth, and yet you deny it in order to profit in gold, silver, and goods, and enrich yourselves at the expense of the poor, misguided people. You mislead and exploit them in the name of the faith. But listen to another parable about a vineyard, and perhaps you will understand if you have not lost your minds. There was a lord of a large property who planted a vineyard, built a fence around it, and dug a cellar therein. He built a tower, leased the vineyard to vine dressers, and left the country. When the time for the grape harvest arrived, and with it the payment of the lease, he sent his servants to the vine dressers so that they would collect the lease payment due him. The vine dressers seized his servants, beat one, tortured the other, and stoned to death the third one. Again, the Lord sent out other servants, more this time than the first. However, the vine dressers treated them the same way as they did the servants before. Finally, he sent the son of his administrator to them and said, "They will be afraid of the administrator's son." But when the vine dressers saw the son of the administrator, they spoke among themselves, "This is their heir. Come, let's kill him and take over his inheritance." They seized him, pushed him out of the vineyard, and killed him, so they thought. While presuming him dead, they put him in a tomb where he remained in a state of near death for 3 days and 3 nights, and then he fled. Thereupon, he returned to the lord of the vineyard and reported to him. Now, when the lord of the vineyard heard what had happened to the son of the administrator, what do you think he did? They replied to him, "He probably had the villains punished and banished and turned his vineyard over to the other vine dressers who paid his lease at the proper time, and, surely, he turned over the inheritance to the administrator's son in advance." Emmanuel spoke to them, "You have recognized the meaning, and you have also read it in the scriptures. The stone that the builders threw away became the cornerstone. Therefore, I tell you, I am like the son of the administrator of the vineyard, and you are like the vine dressers that lease the vineyard. My teachings truly are not foreign to you, and you are well acquainted with them, for they have already been given, handed down, and made known to you by the prophets. But if you disregard, falsify, and interpret them to your advantage, you are also calling me a liar. Thereby you also call God a liar, upon whose resolve I was begotten by one of his kind, and stand before you as a prophet. Therefore I say to you, peace and joy shall be taken from you and your people for all eternity, and all shall be given to a people who bring forth their fruits. If you disregard and trample on all the commandments of God, who is the ruler over this and 2 other human lineages in the north and the east, you shall be disregarded and trampled upon for all time. The burden of the Israelite people will be like a heavy stone of the 7 great ages. Whosoever falls upon this stone will be smashed to pieces, and whosoever it falls upon will be crushed." When the chief priests and Pharisees heard what he had said, they understood he cursed them and the Israelite people for all future time. And they conspired on how they could seize him, but they were afraid of the people who believed him to be a prophet. Chapter 23. Tax Money. When the Pharisees held counsel on how they could snare Emmanuel in his speech, they sent their followers to him, including some of Herod's people. Then they said, "Master, we know that you are truthful and teach the ways of the laws rightly, and don't inquire about anyone, since you do not care about people's reputations, but only about the laws of God and, in fact, the laws of creation. Therefore, tell us your opinion. Is it right to pay tax to the emperor or not?" But Emmanuel sensed their malice and said, "You deceivers, hypocrites, and swindlers, how low in intelligence and understanding are you that you want to tempt me in such a sick and foolish manner? Show me a tax coin so that I can heal you from your sick folly." And so they gave him a denarius. And he said to them, "Whose image and whose inscription are on this coin?" They replied, They are the emperors." He then said to them, "Give therefore to the emperor what is the emperor's, and give to God what is God's, and give to creation what is creation's. Yet beware and know that God and the emperor are men above whom is the omnipotence of creation, to which you must give the highest praise. For although God is indeed ruler over humankind, and the emperor is indeed ruler over peoples, above them stands creation as the highest authority, to which they are subordinate in the law, as is every human being and all life." When they heard this, they were astonished, left him alone, and went away. Rebirth. On the same day, the Sadducees, who hold the opinion there is no reincarnation, came to him. They asked him, "Master, Moses has said, when a man dies and has no children, his brother shall take the widow as his wife and begot descendants for his brother. Once there were 7 brothers among us. The first one was married and died, and because he had no descendants, he left his wife to his brother. And so did the second and the third, until the 7th. At last, the woman also died. Now, you teach there is a renewed life. Whose wife will she be among the 7 in the new life? For she was the wife to all of them." Emmanuel, however, answered, saying, "You are mistaken and do not know the unadulterated scriptures of the elders, nor do you know the laws of creation. Truly, I say to you, Moses never gave this commandment, but he gave the commandment that a brother should take his brother's wife to himself in honor. So if one died, the other would take care of the widow of his brother. How is it possible for a brother to begot descendants for his brother, since everyone's seed is different? In the next incarnation, they all will be strangers, because they will not recognize each other. Therefore, no law says the wife then belongs to this one or that one. In each new life, the person determines for himself whom he wishes to marry. Thus, he can marry whoever is not spoken for. Take heed of the laws of creation, which teach that in a new life, people do not remember the former lives. Thus, your question is superfluous. At this point, it is only the prophets who remember former lives, since they follow the laws of creation and therefore live in wisdom. But since you and the Israelite people will continue to live in piercing darkness for an extended period, cognizance and wisdom of the Spirit and of the consciousness will remain hidden from you for a long time. Other peoples will advance beyond you and will evolve greatly in spirit and consciousness and will follow the laws of creation. Therefore, other peoples will be superior to you in spirit and in consciousness and gather great wisdom, so that many among them will soon be like the prophets and have recollections about their former lives. But you and the Israelite people shall remain poor in consciousness and thus drift in piercing darkness. To wit, whoever incurs punishment shall also endure it." When the people heard that, they were aghast and afraid. The greatest commandment. But when the Pharisees heard that Emmanuel had silenced the Sadducees, they gathered and deliberated. And one among them, a scribe, tested him by asking, "Emmanuel, which is the foremost commandment in the law?" Emmanuel asked in return, "Whose law are you thinking of? The law of the emperor? Or are you thinking of the law of God? Or are you thinking of the law of creation?" The scribe said, "I am thinking of the laws of all 3. But Emmanuel said, "The highest directive in the law of creation is this: achieve the wisdom of knowledge so that you may wisely follow the laws of creation. But the highest commandment of the law of God is this: you shall honor God as the ruler of the 3 human lineages and obey his laws, for he is their king of wisdom and a good and just counselor. And the highest command of the laws of the emperor is this: you shall be obedient to the emperor, follow his laws, and give to him the tithe, because he is the ruler over the people and their guardian and protector. These are the foremost and greatest commandments in the laws of the three, as applied to the categories. But the other directive, equal to the first, is this: you shall consider only creation as omnipotent, for it alone is constant in all things, and therein is timeless. The emperor and God are transitory, but creation is eternal. Upon these two directives depend the entire law and the prophets. The laws of God and those of the emperor are human laws and are intended to maintain law and order among the people. But the laws of creation are the laws of life and the spirit, and, therefore, they are eternal and constant. Likewise, eternal is a person's spirit, which is a tiny fragment of creation's spirit, for how could creation itself ever cease to be? Hence, when a person dies, their spirit lives on and leaves this side of existence for the other side, where it continues to gather the wisdom of knowledge. The greater the spiritual wisdom gained through the learning of the consciousness, the more the spirit itself determines its future, its return, and its subsequent activities. Since I am also a prophet and know the future, I tell you that I shall return as a representative of God for the purpose of instructively rendering judgment over all those who live according to false teachings and who degrade the wisdom of the Spirit. Therefore, the words of truth will be harsh and without mercy, and many a person will see the enrage because of them. The harsh words of truth themselves will be the instructive judgment and penalty for all those who live according to false teachings and degrade the wisdom of the Spirit. Since the Pharisees were together, Emmanuel asked them, "What do you think about me? Whose son am I?" They said, "The son of David." But he spoke to them, "How can I be the son of David when he has been dead for a long time and I was begotten by Gabriel, the guardian angel? And haven't you read that David called me Lord when he said, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit down on my right side until I can place your enemies beneath your feet, because you are my foster son and my successor?' Since David calls me Lord, how can I be his son?" And no one could give him an answer, but secretly they said, "He blasphemes God and the prophets. Let's try to catch and kill him, because he endangers our position and that we will no longer be respected by the people." Chapter 24. Against the Scribes and Pharisees. And Emmanuel spoke to the people and the disciples, saying, "The scribes and Pharisees sit on the chairs of the prophets. Refrain, however, from doing and accepting anything they tell you, and also don't act in accordance with their works. They teach you confused teachings which they and their forefathers have falsified for their own selfish interests. They contrive heavy burdens and place them upon the shoulders of the people, yet they themselves do not want to lift a finger. They do all their works in order to be seen by the people and impress them. They make their prayer belts wide and the tassels on their clothing long. They like to sit at the heads of tables and in the best places in the synagogues, and they like to be greeted in the marketplace and to be called master by the people. But don't let anyone call you master until you have become cognizant of the wisdom of knowledge. And don't let anyone call you teacher until you follow the laws of creation yourselves, because those who allow themselves to be called master and teacher, but do not possess the wisdom of knowledge, will be denounced as liars. For those who unjustly exalt themselves will be abased, and those who unjustly abase themselves will be disdained. Let those who are great in consciousness consider themselves great, and those who are small in consciousness consider themselves small, and those who are in between consciousness consider themselves in between. It is unwise and foolish for people to let others consider them greater or smaller than they really are. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, who block the development of people's spirits and consciousness with your lies and false teachings. You will not achieve advancement easily, and through your false teachings, you deprive those who wish to advance from doing so. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites and swindlers, who devour the homes of widows and engage in long prayers for the sake of appearance. Therefore ye shall live in piercing darkness all the longer. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who travel across land and sea in order to win a fellow believer, and once he becomes one, you turn him into an unreasonable and irrational child who indulges in twice as many false teachings as you. Woe to you, you blind proponents of false teachings who say, if a person swears by the temple, the oath is not valid, but if he swears by the gold on the temple, the oath is binding. You fools and blind people, you are the offspring of evil. Why do you let people swear, knowing that an oath is not binding and is a worthless act? Or you say, if one swears by the altar, it is not valid, but if a person swears by the sacrificial offering, it is binding. You blind and mistaken teachers, who gave you the right to demand or take an oath, since the laws of creation state that oaths should not be taken? Your words should always be only yes, yes, or no, no. Therefore, those who swear by anything on earth or in the universe swear by something fleeting which is without permanence. Hence, an oath is also without permanence. And those who swear by creation or its laws swear by something over which they have no power. Therefore, such an oath is also without permanence. Whoever swears by anything, therefore, commits an offense against the truthfulness of the word and makes it untrustworthy. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who tithe mint, marrow, dill, and caraway seeds, but neglect the most important things in the law, namely, justice, freedom of knowledge, and the truth of creation. Thus, you ignore the law of love and the laws of logic and justice. Woe to you, you blind leaders of a horde of blind, who say, this should be done and that should not be left undone. You only spread a confused teaching and ignore the laws of creation. You blind leaders, you are gnats and swallow camels, which you cannot digest. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites, who keep cups and bowls outwardly clean, yet inside they are full of covetousness and greed. You blind ones, you scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites and distorters of the truth. First clean what is inside the cup, so that the outside may become pure and light up with its brilliance. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who are like whitewashed tombs that appear beautiful on the outside, but inside they are full of stench, bones, and filth. So, on the outside, you also appear pious and good before the people, while inside you're full of hypocrisy, deceit, and transgression. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you hypocrites who build monuments to the prophets and decorate the graves of the righteous and say, had we lived at the time of our forefathers and fathers, we would not have become guilty with them in the shedding of the prophets' blood. Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, you deceivers, hypocrites, and swindlers. You secretly call upon the dead people of high and of common standing, and you deceive yourselves by misbelieving you were speaking with them and believing in your own delusion. You cannot talk with the dead, and even if you could, the departed could tell you only the erroneous thoughts they previously held during their lifetime. You are not great enough to call upon those dead who have wisdom and can tell the truth. Thus, you bear witness against yourselves that you are the children of those who kill the prophets and falsify their teachings. Well then, fill up the measure of your forefathers and fathers. Thus, you will end your lives without understanding and will have difficulty learning until the distant future. You brood of snakes and vipers, how can you aspire to be great in spirit and in consciousness when you don't possess any understanding yet? All the righteous blood that was shed by your doing on earth will befall you, beginning with the first prophet your fathers and forefathers murdered, to the blood of Zacharias, the son of Berechias, whom you killed between the temple and the altar, as well as all the blood that will be shed in the future because of your guilt. You will be outcast among human peoples, and then you will alternately lose the land you took by force, regain it and lose it again well into the most distant future. Truly, I say to you, your existence will be a continual struggle and war, and so the human peoples will smite you with their hostile thinking and enmity. You will find neither rest nor peace in the country stolen by your ancestors by way of falsehood, deceit, and fire, because you will be haunted by the inherited burden of these murders through which your forefathers assassinated the ancient inhabitants of this part of the earth and deprived them of life and material goods. Hence, all of this righteous blood will fall upon you. This blood which was shed by your forefathers and through you, and which will still be shed by you and your close and distant descendants into the faraway future. There will be hatred against you in this world. Even the new age will bring you neither rest nor peace until you retreat from the land you took by force, or until you make a consolatory peace, create brotherly trust and unity with your enemies, and renounce your wrongful and stolen rights. You brood of snakes and vipers, this will happen to you into the distant future. Yet, not by accident will you have a fortuitous chance in the new age when my teachings on creation's justice and laws will again be disseminated, so you may then seize the opportunity to end and settle the world's hatred against you by means of an honest peace. Therefore, in the new age, heed my teachings, which are truly the teachings of the laws and directives of creation. Pay heed when they will be taught anew, because this will be the sign of the time at which many things will change. The power of the mighty and tyrants will crumble, so that the peoples of all humankind become free. In the coming distant new age, heed the renewed presentation of my teachings of the spiritual and creational forces and laws and directives, which are valid for all times and throughout the universe, so that you may act according to my counsel, and that there may be tranquility and peace among you and all human beings in this world. Truly, truly, I say to you, all this shall be fulfilled and come upon you and upon your people long into the future, as I have told you. Chapter 25, The Prophecy. And Emmanuel walked out of the temple, and his disciples came up to him because they wanted to show him the temple structure. He, however, spoke to them. Look at all this. Truly, I say to you, not one stone here will remain upon the other without being broken. The Israelite people trespassed against life and the truth, and they built the city on human blood. These people are divided into Israelites who call themselves sons and daughters of Zion, with whom I do not identify, and who want to kill me, and Jews who are misled believers of their religious cult, and to whom I bring the teachings of truth, as I do to all earth humans. The Israelites have ravaged this land through plunder and murder. They have killed their friends with whom they had drunk wine, and they have deceived and misled their fellow believers of the Jewish cult, who are truly not Israelites, but merely believers in a cult. Thus, the Israelites betrayed their own friends and murdered them because of their greed. But it shall likewise be done to them by the rightful owners of this land, whom they have deprived of their rights and subjugated since ancient times. And when he sat on the Mount of Olives, his disciples came up to him and said, "Tell us, when will this take place, and what will be the sign?" And Emmanuel answered, saying, 2,000 and more years will pass, but meanwhile Israel will never find peace, because wars and many calamities will threaten the unlawful occupants of this land. But see to it that nobody leads you astray. That is, many deceivers and false prophets will come in my name and say, I am Emmanuel, and I am the sign of the time, and they will mislead many. People will hear about wars and threats of war, and they are to witness this, but not be frightened, because it must transpire, but it will not yet be the end. For many, a nation will rise up against its government, one nation against another, and one kingdom against another, and there will be times of privation, earthquakes, and immense storms and floods all about. all of these events are just the beginning of the woes. Soon, the knowledgeable people will be consigned to misery and will be killed. They will be hated on account of the truth of the teachings and the wisdom. Various religious cults will rise up against one another, and much blood will flow. Then many will succumb to the temptation, and they will betray and hate one another because they remain small in consciousness. Love will grow cold in many people because ignorance will gain the upper hand. Hatred will rule over the world and evil will reign, but those who persist in the truth will survive. This lesson will be preached in the new age throughout the world as testimony for all peoples, and then the end will come. When the people see the horror of destruction in Jerusalem, of which the prophets have spoken, the end will come. Whoever is in the land seized by the Israelites should flee to the mountains at that time. Those on the roofs should not climb down to get things from inside their houses. Those who are in the fields should not go back to get their coats. Woe to the pregnant women and nursing mothers at that time, for they will suffer much grief and death, and there will be many of them. Soon thereafter, there will be a greater grief than there has ever been before since the beginning of the world, and then will ever be again. If these days were not cut short, no one would survive, but the days will be cut short for the sake of the spirit and of life. This will also be for the sake of the people who serve the truth and the laws. But there will be howling and chattering of teeth when this time is brought about by the people's lack of understanding and by their greed. They will construct machines of metal for use in the air, on the water, and on land, and will bring about mutual destruction. From these machines of metal, they will fling heavy projectiles across the land and upon the cities. Fire will burst from these projectiles and burn the world, and little will be spared. They will place the basic elements of life and deadly air into the projectiles to kindle the deadly fires and destroy land and life. If at that time mighty nations were not to intervene, as once did the celestial sons, to bring a halt to the unrestrained madness and deadly conduct of demented dictators, truly, I tell you, no human being would survive. Since the human populations will consist of far more than 10 times 500 million people at that time, great segments of them will be eradicated and killed. This is what the law ordains, because people have violated it and will continue to violate it into the distant future. If at that time someone will tell the people, "Behold, here is Emmanuel who is the sign of the time," they should not accept it as the truth. For many, a false Emmanuel and many deceivers and false prophets will come forth and perform great signs and miracles, so that it will become possible to lead astray not only the seekers, believers, and errant ones, but also the scholars and knowledgeable people. Behold, I had told you this beforehand, and so it will fulfill itself. Thus, when the deceivers and those led astray will say, "He is in the desert," people should not venture there. And when they say, "Behold, he is in a chamber," they should not accept it as the truth. Since I will certainly return at that time, I will let them recognize me. This is as the law and destiny ordained it, and so it shall be. For as lightning flashes and illuminates from start to finish, so will be my coming in the future, when I will bring the teachings anew and announce the legions of the celestial sons. At that time, I will have a renewed life and will again be accused of deception and blasphemy across the entire world, until the teachings of truth will bring about insight and change in the people. People of all times, beware. Where the carcass is, there the vultures gather, so watch out for them. Soon after the misery of that faraway time, sun and moon will lose their luster, comets will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will begin to sway. The makeup of the earth's sky and air will be disturbed, and the land will burn because of the black oil of the earth, ignited by people's craving for power. The sky will darken because of smoke and fire, which will rage for 1,000 days, and everything above the burning land and far beyond will be covered with black soot. Consequently, the weather will break down, and severe cold and much death will come over the people, plants and animals, and over the earth, as a result of the senselessly unleashed forces of the people who live in lust for power, evil passions, and vices. And then signs will appear in the sky, and all earth humans will and come to see the signs in the clouds of the sky that bear witness to great power and severe judgment against irrationality. So God is Lord over the three human lineages, yet the laws and directives of creation are eternally valid. Through these laws and directives, which represent creation, humankind, in its irrationality, will bring cruel judgment upon itself. Humans owe their existence to God, who is the ruler over them, so they must follow his commandments and respect them as the greatest king of wisdom. In days to come, he will send forth his guardian angels who will sound their trumpets and call together his trusted followers from the four directions, from one end of the earth to the other. Do learn a parable from the fig tree. When its branch puts forth leaves, you know that summer is nigh. So will it also be for the people of that time. When they see all this transpire, they may know that these events are upon them. Truly, truly, I say to you, this is how it will be. And that generation will not pass away until all of this has happened. At some future time, the heavens and the earth will pass away, and so will the universe. But my words will not pass away, because they are the words of truth within the laws of creation. No one knows the day or hour when this will all take place, not the guardian angels, nor God himself, nor I, Emmanuel, but only providence and destiny know this through the laws and directives of creation, which possesses the greatest wisdom. Creation alone stands far above all humankind, and it alone deserves honor and praise, just as it renders honor and praise to the absolute power above it. If people respect and honor God, and if above him they recognize, honor, esteem, and acknowledge only creation as a supreme power, then they act rightly in accordance with the truth. Chapter 26, Laws and Commandments. Since the laws and directives of creation and the laws and commandments of God are in effect, they shall be observed and respected. Just as the laws and directives of creation are the laws and directives for the spirit and for life, so the laws and commandments of God are the laws and commandments for material life and human regulations. God issued the laws and commandments to serve as material life and human regulations for that which is right, and also as a guideline for life. Thus, laws and commandments serve as paths upon which humans should walk in wisdom and intelligence so as to be righteous. Thus, as the laws and directives of creation and the laws and commandments of God are to be obeyed, humans must not bring forth any other laws and commandments. The laws and directives of creation and the laws and commandments of God should be considered as the true laws and commandments and should be followed, since they alone have lasting validity and correctness. When humans deviate from these laws and directives, however, they bring forth illogical and inadequate human laws and commandments that are based on false logic and, thus, are extremely faulty. When humans are faint-hearted in consciousness, their laws and commandments are faint-hearted as well, and therefore they resemble confused teachings. When humans are presumptuous and disregard the laws and directives of creation and those of God, they are forced to bring forth their own laws, which are flawed, however, and lead everyone astray. Man-made laws and commandments produce murder and all manner of evil, and as evil spreads and gains the upper hand, man no longer has control over it. Commandments and laws are valuable only when they are derived from wisdom, and hence are logical. but logic requires wisdom and understanding. Human laws and human commandments are powerless unless they are founded upon the laws and directives of creation, just as God's laws and commandments are founded upon them, as He issued them in His wisdom. Proverbs of Wisdom. Truly, I say to you, wisdom must be learned from the laws of creation, which humans may recognize in nature. But if humans do not think and seek, they will not be able to attain wisdom and will remain fools. The wise do not moan about lost things, about the dead, and about events of the past. Fools, however, cry over things that are not worth crying over, and thereby they increase their grief, privation, and misery. Those who have acquired sufficient wisdom and live according to the laws permit not even the slightest harming of creatures when they are without fault. Half-wits and fools who are not masters over their senses mistake harm for benefit, benefit for harm, and great sorrow for joy. Because people are not dedicated to wisdom and do not seek knowledge or recognize the laws, they harbor foolishness and vice. The dishonest, the stupid, grumpy, greedy, unscrupulous, uncouth, and the angry will suffer harm for being poor in consciousness. When people duly receive daily just a little wisdom in their consciousness, they will grow like the waxen moon during the first half of the lunar month. Wisdom is the greatest asset of humanity, and so is the creative will, which is Lord over love and happiness. But all of this is meaningless without the power of the Spirit. A fool who idly rests and waits for fate goes to ruin like an unfired pot in water. Those who take care of a cow always receive milk. Likewise, those who nurture wisdom and apply it through the power of the Spirit bring forth rich fruit. Recognize each law of creation, and once you have recognized it, adhere to it and live accordingly, because the laws are the greatest wisdom. There is no eye equal to wisdom, no darkness equal to ignorance, no power equal to the power of the Spirit, and no terror equal to the poverty of consciousness. There is no higher happiness than wisdom, no better friend than knowledge, and no other Savior than the power of the Spirit. Those who have intelligence may grasp my speech, so they will be wise and knowing. The false teachings of Saul. When Emmanuel had finished this speech, behold, a man named Saul approached him and said, "You preach a new teaching, and it has been strange to me from the beginning. It seems silly to me, and your mind appears confused." But Emmanuel said, "How can you tell me that I am confused in mind when it is you who are confused in consciousness and do not understand? Truly, I say to you, though you are Saul and you persecute me and my disciples because of my teachings, you will change your mind. Hereafter, you shall be named Paul. You shall travel in every direction and make amends for having called my teachings false and my spirit confused. You will load great guilt upon yourself, for in your ignorance you will misunderstand my teachings and will therefore preach them incorrectly. Your speech will be confused, and people throughout the world will be enslaved by it and will worship the false doctrine. Just as you will bind the land of the Greeks to an evil religious cult because of your false teachings, so you will call me the Anointed in their language. It will be your fault due to your lack of understanding that they will call me Jesus Christ, which means the Anointed. And it will be your fault due to your lack of understanding that human blood will be shed in this name, so much that it cannot be held in all existing containers. You are still persecuting me and my disciples because of my teachings, but soon the time will come when you will change your mind, whence once more you face me and assume I am a ghost. Truly, I say to you, like so many others, you will be greatly at fault that my teachings will be adulterated and humans will establish erroneous religious cults. You, however, will be the cornerstone of the folly by which I will be called Jesus Christ and the Redeemer for a deluded religious cult. And Emmanuel was furious, seized the trick, and chased Saul away. Saul, his thoughts full of revenge, joined forces with Judas Ischarioth, son of the Pharisee, and they discussed how to seize Emmanuel so he could be handed over to the henchmen. Suicide. Once Saul had departed, Emmanuel called together his disciples and said to them, "You know the Passover comes after 2 days, when I shall be turned over to the courts to be crucified, as it is destined, so that I will continue to learn. My betrayer will be Judas Ischarioth, the son of Simeon, the Pharisee, because he is interested only in gold, silver, goods, and chattels. He will betray me for 30 pieces of silver, because he has been misled by his father's greed. But his joy over the pieces of silver will not last long, because his mind is fickle and unstable, and he will soon feel the guilt. Since Judas Ischarioth is without courage and has little knowledge, he will put his waistband around his neck and hang himself from a branch. Truly, truly, I say to you, although Judas Ischarioth's suicide appears just, it is nonetheless unjust. Although humans have free will to exercise authority over themselves, they do not have the right to decide over life or death. The intent of the laws is for humans to live their lives to their final decline, so that in this way they may perfect their spirits. But those who judge themselves through suicide deviate from the law and violate the plan and the laws of creation. Realize from this that humans do not possess the right to sit in judgment over their own lives and deaths. They possess the right only to exercise their authority over the conduct of their lives, not to decide over life itself and, therefore, over death. The laws say that no event or situation justifies suicide, and this includes suicide carried out by another person, such as a hired murderer or mercy killer. Regardless of how much guilt a person may incur, or how heavy their load or burden is, they nonetheless have no right to determine their own death. Although Judas Ischarioth incurs great guilt, he has no right to take justice into his own hands and decide over his life and his death. Every guilt and every mistake is a pathway to understanding by which the consciousness and the spirit are perfected. But if a person escapes from guilt or mistake by committing suicide, he flees from cognizance and responsibility and must learn to be cognizant and accountable in another life. Thereby, the process of perfection of the consciousness and of the spirit is delayed, which is not the will of creation. Either way, suicide is to be considered an act of deplorable cowardice and callous irreverence toward the laws and directives of creation. Chapter 27. The Disciples' Agitation. After Emmanuel had finished speaking, the disciples became agitated and said, "Why don't we capture Judas Ischarioth and stone him so we can't betray you?" But Emmanuel was angry and said, "Don't you know that the law says you shall not kill out of degeneration? And don't you know what I prophesied to you, that I shall be crucified in order to gain a special insight? How dare you disrespect the fulfillment of the law, for thus it is given and intended? Just as I walk on my path, so each person will have to walk on their path. Truly, I say to you, if I were not to follow my destiny, how could I be in position to fulfill my mission, which will lead me to India? Ugh, you who lack courage and knowledge, I have certainly instructed you in the truth, and yet you do not recognize it. How can it still be inconceivable to you that after my departure, my teachings will be adulterated by you and disseminated in all directions as erroneous teachings and erroneous religious cults? Because of what you will do, the world will resound with misguidance and false teachings. Many among you will bear the blame that humanity will not recognize the truth, although I certainly have taught it to you. there will be great reverberations in the world regarding your false teachings, which you will spread. Clearly, you did not understand the words of knowledge, and hence the truth of my teachings. You are struck with blindness, like the legitimate people of this land who are held in darkness and oppression by the Israelites, just as the prophets predicted for these people, because they have forsaken the tenets of truth, like the Israelites who plundered this land and since then dominated and oppressed its legitimate owners. I have fulfilled my mission among this race, but due to the fault of the Israelites and their false teachings, I was unable to teach any reason to this population, as their thinking is irrational because of confusing and mistaken teachings. I will leave, therefore, so that the teachings of truth can also be brought to two other populations in the north and east. Just as the legitimate owners of the land, who are governed by the violent rule of the Israelites, exist under the guidance of God, so also are the other two peoples under him. They are the people in the high north land where cold and ice reign on the highest mountains and at the end of the earth, and also the people in the land of India, because he, God, is the master over these three human populations. As a prophet, I have come back into the world from the realm of Arahat Athersada. I was sent here upon God's will to instruct the three human populations in the newly conveyed teachings of truth. Therefore, I must walk on my path as predestined by Arahat Athersada and requested by God, since I also serve God's will and his laws, as God himself serves the laws of creation. In Bethany. And Emmanuel finished his talk and departed for Bethany and the house of Simon the leper. Behold, a woman came up to him with a glass of precious water, which she poured on his head as he sat at the table. When his disciples saw that, they became angry and indignant and said, "What is the benefit of this waste? This water could have been sold at a high price and the proceeds used for the poor." But when Emmanuel heard this, he scolded his disciples and said, "Why are you upsetting the woman? She has done me a good deed because she trusts in my teachings. In this way, she shows her gratitude, and nothing is too expensive for her. This woman has become wise and lives according to the laws of creation. Therefore, she thanks me with the precious water. Her gratitude will be lasting, and from now on, her deed shall be known throughout the world. Truly I say to you, wherever my teachings will be preached in all the world, whether falsified or true, the people will remember what she has done. Just as she will be remembered for a long time, so also a false teaching will be remembered that insults one among you of betraying me. While we are here together, Judas Ischarioth, the son of the Pharisee in Jerusalem, is hatching an evil plot against me so he can betray me to the chief priests. At this very moment, as we are gathered here, he is asking the chief priests for the blood money they are offering for my capture. 30 pieces of silver are being offered to him if they capture me through his help. While they are forging this plan, they are also designing a plot against one among you, since they want to present a culprit to the people. As Judas Ischarioth, the son of the Pharisee, will turn me over to the henchmen, my disciple Judas Ischarioth will be considered the traitor, so that the message to the people will be, "Behold, these fools are divided among themselves, so that one betrays the other. How then can the teachings of Emmanuel contain any truth?" But since Judas Ischarioth, the son of the Pharisee, and my disciple Judas Iscariot have almost identical names, the lie of the chief priests will be accepted from the beginning. The Last Supper. On the first day of the unleavened bread, Emmanuel spoke to his disciples, "Go forth into the city to a good friend of mine named Aaron, and tell him, Emmanuel says to you, I want to have a last meal with my disciples at your house, for behold, the feast of the Passover is near." And the disciples did as Emmanuel had ordered them, and they prepared the meal together with Aaron and his wife in their house. When they sat down and were eating, he said, "Behold, the time is near when I must take my heavy burden upon myself. To be sure, I am going along my destined path as it is written by the prophets. However, I will only be near death and bear much pain, so you must not fear and not worry about me. Truly, I say to you, from now on I will no longer drink of the fruit of the vineyard, nor eat the grain of the bread until the day I drink and eat again with you after my ordeal. So it shall be when I have risen from near death, and so have then lain in the tomb for 3 days and 3 nights." As they were eating, Emmanuel took the bread, broke it, and gave it to the disciples, saying, "Take it and eat. The body requires nourishment even in times of distress and grief." And he took the cup, gave it to them, and said, "Drink from this cup, all of you. The throat becomes thirsty, even on a rainy and cold day. Truly, I say to you, a wise person does not hunger and thirst because of things that must happen, but a fool hungers and thirsts on account of stupidity and dissent against things that must happen. And truly, I say to you, just as you do not understand my words now and are angry with me because of them, so will you be angry with me tonight, because your minds still have not been enlightened with cognizance. But after I rise from near death and appear to have risen from the dead out of the tomb, I shall walk in front of you to Galilee, so you may recognize the truthfulness of my words. I have taught you knowledge and truth, but yet you doubt and distrust me. Oh, you who are faint-hearted and of little trust, how startled and confused you will be when I meet you again after my near death." But Peter answered him, saying, "Even if they all were angry with you, I would never be angry." Emmanuel, however, replied, "Truly, I say to you, you are one of the worst, because tonight, before the rooster crows, you will deny me 3 times. But Peter contradicted him, saying, "This will never come to pass, and even if I were forced to die with you, I would never deny you." And thus spoke all of his disciples, and so they failed to trust Emmanuel's words. Chapter 28. In Gethsemane. Upon leaving the house of Aaron and his wife in Jerusalem, Emmanuel went with his disciples to a country estate called Gethsemane, which belonged to a man named Joshua, who thought well of Emmanuel. In the large garden of the estate, he spoke to his disciples, "Sit down here while I go over there and ponder my thoughts." He took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee and began to brood and be apprehensive, because he was frightened and alarmed about what would happen to him. And he spoke to them, "Behold, to be sure I am wise and have great knowledge, but I am afraid of events before me, both the known and the unknown. However, this is the nature of humans, even when they are knowing and wise. My mind is deathly grieved. Remain here, therefore, and watch with me, so I will not feel so alone. It is easier to bear an adversity with 1 or 2 others at one's side than by oneself. If destiny wanted it, this cup would pass me by, yet not my wish, but my will be done according to destiny, because this is what has been destined for me." When he spoke thus, Judas Iscariot joined them and said, "Listen to what I have to say. Over there things are taking place in the shadow of the city walls, where I had just noticed veiled lights." But Emmanuel said, "They may be the henchmen Judas Iscariot is bringing, because he has secretly followed us here in order to betray me." And he went away a short distance, prostrated himself, and reflected, saying, "If it is possible, may this cup pass me by, yet not my wish be fulfilled, but rather the law of destiny be fulfilled, so that I shall be enlightened in this secret I must fathom." Returning to his disciples, he found them sleeping, and so he said to Peter, "Can you not watch with me for 1 hour, so I am not left alone in my difficult hour? Be awake and great in spirit and in consciousness, so you will not fall prey to temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." A second time he went away, prostrated himself, and said, "If it is not possible for the cup to pass me by, then I shall drink it, so that I may be enlightened in this secret and capable of fulfilling my mission in faraway lands and throughout all future times." Upon returning, he found the disciples sleeping again, and only Judas Iscariot remained awake with him. And so, leaving them once again, he went away and prostrated himself a third time, brooded in bitterness, and said, "I am worried and afraid, even though I know that I have to follow my path, which is destined for me. How willing is the spirit and how weak is the flesh when it is so fearful of pain." And his entire body trembled, and fine droplets of blood-like sweat flowed all over him because he was so fearful and terrified. With his face flushed, he returned to his disciples and said to them, "Do you want to sleep and rest now, or do you want to watch with me? Behold, the hour has come when I will be turned over to the hands of the henchmen. So arise and let us go, for behold, the henchmen are coming." The capture. While he was still speaking, behold, there came Judas Iscariot, the son of the Pharisee, and with him a large group of chief priests and elders of the people, armed with swords and poles. Judas Iscariot had given them a sign, saying, "Behold, I will flatter him and mislead him into thinking I repent the sins of my life. As a sign of the false flattery, there shall be a kiss. And behold, whomever I kiss, he is the one, seize him." He then stepped up to Emmanuel and said, "I greet you, Master. I will follow your teachings now, for you are allowing me to repent for what I did during my old life." Then he touched Emmanuel and gave him the kiss of betrayal. But Emmanuel said to him, "My friend, why have you come to lie to me when betrayal burns in your mind and in your actions?" The henchmen then came up to Emmanuel, put their hands on him, and seized him. And behold, one of the henchmen from the group thought better, had a quick change of mind, and feeling remorseful, sided with Emmanuel. He stretched out his hand, drew his sword, and struck a chief priest's servant, cutting off his ear. Then Emmanuel said to the man, "Put back your sword into its sheath, because anyone taking a sword without being in danger will perish by the sword. Or do you think that I could not have fled before your group arrived? But how could I fulfill my destiny had I done so?" And the man turned away and wept, then fled and was never seen again. Thereupon, Emmanuel said to the henchmen, "You came here with swords and poles to capture me as though I were a murderer. How easy it would have been for you to capture me in the city as I sat there in the temple, teaching daily, yet you did not seize me. You hypocrites, you were no doubt afraid of the people. Therefore, you now come to me like thieves, so you can throw me into prison in darkness out of the sight of the people. Truly, I say to you, darkness will become light, and everyone will speak of your deed, for which you will be denounced for all time to come." But then Simeon, the Pharisee, raised his voice and said, "How foolish your talk is and so full of lies. Why should we fear the people? You have taught the people falsely, despised our laws, and called them lies, so for this you must now suffer. You thought we would not capture you and bring you to trial, but you were mistaken. One of those who was with you was not of your mind and has betrayed you for 30 pieces of silver, namely, Judas Iscariot." Emmanuel answered, saying, "Truly I say to you, for a long time you may succeed in accusing Judas Iscariot as my betrayer before the people, but the truth will come out and be known by all people throughout the entire world, namely, that my betrayer is not Judas Iscariot, but is your son, Judas Iscariot, who bears the name of his father, the Pharisee." Simeon Iscariot, the Pharisee, was furious, stepped up and struck Emmanuel in the face with his fist because he was afraid of his true words. After this happened, the disciples, fearful and discouraged, turned away from Emmanuel and fled. Those who had seized Emmanuel led him to Caiaphas, the high priest, where the scribes, Pharisees, and elders of the people had gathered to pass judgment on him. Emmanuel before the high council. The chief priests, however, and the high counselors sought false testimony against Emmanuel so they might put him to death. And even though many false and bribed witnesses appeared, they were unable to find any false testimony. Finally, two stepped forward and said, "He has said that God is not creation, but simply a man like you and me. He also said that he was begotten by a guardian angel of God by the name of Gabriel." Caiaphas, the high priest, arose and said to Emmanuel, "Will you not reply to what these two bear witness against you?" But Emmanuel remained silent and smiled benignly. Therefore the high priest spoke to him, "I adjure you by the living God to tell us if you were begotten by the angel Gabriel, who was an angel of God, as the scriptures attest." And Emmanuel replied, "As you say, but I also say to you that God is not creation. Instead, he is Lord over the three human lineages that were begotten on earth through his will. God has come from the vastness of the universe and has brought the world under his will. Therefore, he is the supreme emperor of these three human populations. One of them is here in this country, which you have deprived of its rights and subjugated. Another is in the east as far as the land of India, and the third is in the north from the land of the king with horns to the sea where icy mountains drift in the water. There are 7 human lineages living in all directions of the wind, from one end of the earth to the other. God is Lord over them also, although they serve other gods who also are not of this earth. If you consider God to be creation, you are mistaken and commit a sacrilege against the truth. Just as you are human like I am, so God is human, except that in spirit and consciousness, he is very much more advanced than the human lineages procreated by him. God and his celestial sons are other human lineages who have come from the stars out of the depths of space in their machines of metal. Creation stands immeasurably higher than God and his celestial sons, who are the guardian angels. Creation alone is the incalculable mystery that begets life and, thus, stands immeasurably far above God and indeed all life. Recognize the truth of this teaching so that you may attain knowledge and wisdom and truth. Thereupon Caiaphas, the high priest, rent his clothes and spoke with rage. "He has blasphemed God, the Creator. Why should we need further testimony against him? Behold, now you have heard his blasphemy for yourselves. What punishment do you think he deserves?" They answered, saying, "He deserves death." Then they beat him with their fists and spat in his face. And some of them struck him from behind and said, "Prophesy, you great king of wisdom and son of a celestial son. Who is it that's beating you?" Peter had followed Emmanuel and the group and hid among the people looking through the doors and windows. Thus, he saw what was being done to Emmanuel. Then a maid approached him and said, "Aren't you one of the disciples of this Emmanuel from Galilee?" The denial by Peter. When Peter was asked by the maid, he denied it and said, "What kind of nonsense do you accuse me of? I don't know what you're talking about." But because of the maid's question, he was afraid and wanted to escape from the place, for he feared for his life. As he walked out the door, behold, another woman saw him and told the people, "This man was together with the blasphemer from Nazareth." But Peter lied a second time, and, raising his hand as in an oath, said, "Truly, I don't know that confused person." And when Peter left the house, those who had been standing there came up to him saying, Aren't you one of those who serve this Emmanuel? You're giving yourself away through your manner of speech." Peter began to revile Emmanuel, cursed himself, and swore, "I don't know this crazy person or his blasphemous teachings of God." But soon thereafter, a rooster crowed 3 times, and Peter thought of Emmanuel's words, and he hurriedly ran away from there and wept bitterly. Chapter 29. The Suicide of Judas Ischarioth. Judas Ischarioth, the betrayer of Emmanuel, was among the counselors who wanted to kill Emmanuel. But when he saw what appalling injustice and torture Emmanuel was undergoing, and that his face was bloody, he felt repentant. Suddenly, great distress and misery was within him. At odds with himself, he took his money bag, tossed it before the chief priests and council elders, and said, "I have done evil to this person because I was thinking only of gold and silver and goods and wealth. I repent that I have betrayed innocent blood because his teachings do not seem evil to me." But the chief priests and elders replied, "Of what concern is that to us? Behold, it is up to you what you want to do to live in peace with yourself." And Judas Ischarioth wept and fled from there, and soon he hanged himself from a tree branch in the field of the potter beyond the walls of the city. The chief priests, however, took the pieces of silver and said, "It is useless to put them into the collection box, because this is blood money. What shall we do with it?" Then one of the sons of the elders came forth and said, "I followed Judas Ischarioth, and he has hanged himself from a tree branch in the field of the potter." Thereupon Caiaphas, the high priest, said, "Well then, give this blood money to the potter and buy his field with it for the burial of strangers." At dawn, the following day, the business matter was settled, and Judas Ischarioth, the betrayer of Emmanuel, was the first to be buried in the field. But the chief priests and elders of the council spread the news among the people that Judas Iscariot, the disciple of Emmanuel, had hanged himself as Emmanuel's betrayer and was hurriedly buried in the field of the potter. The people believed this talk, and they said, "He betrayed his friend for pieces of silver, and it serves him right that he hanged himself. He has taken a blood guilt upon himself, and so from now on, the field of the potter shall be known as the field of blood." Before Pilate. Emmanuel, however, was brought before Pilate, the governor, who asked him, "Are you Emmanuel, whom they call the King of Wisdom?" He said, "As you say, this is what the people call me." And Pilate asked and spoke, "It is also said that you were begotten by the angel Gabriel, who is an angel of God?" But he said, "As you say." Pilate inquired once again, saying, "Let us hear your wisdom, for your teachings are new to me." Emmanuel spoke, "Behold, eons ago, I returned from the realm of a higher world in order to fulfill a difficult task, and now I was begotten by a celestial son to be a prophet in this life. This came to pass according to destiny and the desire of God, the ruler over the 3 lineages of terrestrial humans procreated by him. Through his kindness, I have added to my knowledge in this incarnation by gaining great insight and learning true wisdom, which was imparted to me by his teachers over a period of 40 days and 40 nights. Furthermore, I have traveled extensively to faraway places and lived for many years in the land of India. There, I was taught much knowledge and many secrets by the great wise and knowledgeable men who are known as masters. When I have fulfilled my mission here, I will return there with Thomas, my brother, who is a faithful disciple of mine." When they heard Emmanuel's speech, the elders and chief priests became very agitated and shouted in front of Pilate, "Do you hear his blasphemy?" Thereupon, Pilate asked him, "Don't you hear how harshly they accuse you? Don't you wish to justify yourself?" Emmanuel answered him, saying, Behold, I will carry my burden as it is destined. But it is also true that many do oppose me and will testify falsely against me, whence I will not find justice. Truly I say to you, many dogs will kill a hare, regardless of how many turns it makes. It is also customary among humans that the most righteous person does not find justice, because it doesn't matter whether many or few testify against him, as long as they are highly regarded. Justice rules only in the laws of nature, because they are the laws of creation. But among humans there is little justice, and it is decided according to their social status and their wealth. Therefore, I ask you, how could I expect justice by this standard? Pilate said, judging from the way you speak, you are very wise, and I see no fault in you. I question the teaching you just uttered, but in this too, I see no guilt, for everyone should find salvation according to their faith. But since you have nothing to say regarding your innocence that would counter the denunciation of the chief priests and elders, I see no hope for you, because their will is my command, to which I must pliant. But Emmanuel did not answer him, which surprised the governor very much. The conviction of Emmanuel. At the time of the Passover feast, Governor Pilate customarily released to the people whichever prisoner they most wanted, except for those guilty of murder or of causing death. At this time, he held a special prisoner by the name of Barabbas. And when the people were gathered, Pilate asked them, "Which one do you want me to release? Barabbas, the criminal, or Emmanuel, who is said to be a king of wisdom and the son of an angel?" But he well knew that the chief priests and elders had bribed the people by giving them copper, gold, and silver, so they would plead for the release of Barabbas and the death of Emmanuel. For he well knew that they had turned him over out of envy and hatred, since his teachings appealed to the people. His wife had also implored Pilate by saying, "Having nothing to do with this righteous man, for today I suffered greatly in my dreams because of him, and I find that his teachings are good." Therefore, he was favorably inclined toward Emmanuel. But among the people there was much screaming, and he asked once again, "Which one shall I release to you?" Slowly the screaming stopped, and the governor raised his voice a third time, asking, "Which one of these two shall I release?" And the people screamed, "Release Barabbas." And Pilate asked him, "Thus it shall be, but what shall I do with him who is said to be Emmanuel, a king of wisdom?" And the people shouted, "Crucify him! Have him crucified!" But the governor was not willing and asked very angrily, "What evil has he done that you want him crucified? He only taught a new doctrine, and for this he should suffer death? Where then is the freedom of speech, thought, and opinion?" But the people screamed even louder, "Have him crucified! Have him crucified!" When Pilate realized there was great unrest and turmoil, and that he could do nothing against the will of these people, who had been bribed, he took a pitcher of water and washed his hands before the people, saying, "You decide what should be done with him. He is the prisoner of the elders and chief priests, so let them judge him. I will have nothing to do with this just man. I am innocent of doing anything to him, and wash my hands before you in innocence." But the people mouthed about, shouting, "Crucify him! Crucify him!" Then Pilate turned Emmanuel over to the chief priests and elders and released Barabbas to the people. And the chief priests and elders had Emmanuel whipped and handed him over to be crucified. The people screamed and shouted and cursed Emmanuel. However, the chief priests and elders indulged themselves in self-praise and were in good spirits because their intrigue had been successful. Chapter 30. Defamation of Emmanuel, Prophetic Declaration, the Crucifixion. The governor's soldiers agreed with the chief priests and the elders, and, dragging Emmanuel with them into the courthouse, they brought the entire crowd in with him. They undressed him and put a purple mantle on him. They made a wreath of thorns, placed it on his head, put a reed into his right hand, and, bending their knees before him, said, "We greet you, great King of wisdom of the Jews." And they spat on him, took the reed from his hand, and beat him on the head with it until blood ran down his face. When he was wretched and bleeding, Caiaphas, the high priest, asked, "How are you doing now, great King of wisdom?" But Emmanuel was quiet and said not one word. Then they hit him again on the head, and he moaned in pain and began to speak. "Indeed, it is the truth that I am the King of wisdom of the Jews, as it is written by the old prophets. Thus, I am also the true prophet of all humankind on earth. But in all truth, I am not the prophet of those confused Israelites who call themselves the sons and daughters of Zion. Truly, I say to you, just as you beat and mock me, you shall be beaten and mocked by those whom you, since ancient times, have enslaved and whose land you and your forefathers have plundered. And the time will come in 5 times 100 years when you will have to atone for this, when the legitimate owners of the land, whom you have enslaved and deprived of their rights, will begin to rise up against you and fight against you into the distant future. A new man will arise in this land as a prophet, and he will legally and rightfully condemn and persecute you, and you shall pay with your blood. This man will establish a new religious cult specifically for the forceful preservation of the truthful teachings and will have himself recognized as a prophet. Through these actions, he will persecute you for all times. Although according to your claim, he will be a false prophet, just as you slanderously claim of me, he will bring you new teachings that will seem false to you. Nonetheless, he will be a true prophet, and he will have great power. He will have your people persecuted for all times. His name will be Muhammad, and his name will bring horror, misery, and death to your kind, just as you deserve. Truly, truly, I say to you, his name will be written for you in blood, and because of your offenses, the hatred against your people will be endless. In this way, he will be a true prophet, even though you will claim him to be a false one, and he will bring you teachings that will in part seem confusing and unintelligible to you. His emerging religious cult will eventually end when his and your followers lay the foundation for a bloody conclusion. His teachings, too, will be distorted and falsified and will result in an evil and confused religious cult." And as he spoke in this manner, the chief priests and members of the council of elders seethed with rage and beat him so harshly that he collapsed and whimpered. Once they had beaten and mocked him, they took off his mantle, put back on him only his undergarments, and led him away in order to crucify him. Upon his right shoulder, they placed a heavy wooden cross so that he himself would have to carry this great burden to the place of his own death. But the cross was heavy, and Emmanuel groaned under the burden, his blood combined with his sweat into a vile mixture. Emmanuel collapsed under the heavy burden because his strength left him. But when a stranger came along by the name of Simon of Cyrene, they forced him to help carry the cross. Soon they arrived at the place called Golgotha. His path there was difficult because he was being beaten, reviled, and mocked. They gave him wine to drink mixed with the bile from animals. When he tasted it, he did not want to drink it, and so they beat him to make him drink it. Then they forced him down on the cross while beating him, and nailed his hands and feet onto the wood. This was done for the first time and contrary to custom, because until then, the crucified were tied to the cross. After they had nailed him upon the cross and erected it, they divided his clothing among themselves by casting lots. And they sat around and guarded him, so that no one would come to take him from the cross. Also, 2 murderers were crucified with him, one to his right and one to his left, so he was between them. Those all around him defamed, mocked, and ridiculed him. They shouted, "Since you are the King of wisdom, help yourself. And since you are the son of a celestial son and possess great power, get down from the cross." The scribes, Pharisees, chief priests, and elders of the people likewise mocked him, saying, "You helped others, but you cannot help yourself. Since you are a king of wisdom, get down from the cross and help yourself. If you do that, we will believe in you and your teachings." He trusted in his wisdom and in his being the son of an angel Gabriel. Thus, let his wisdom or the angel Gabriel save him now if he so desires. Likewise, the murderers crucified to his right and left mocked and reviled him. Then the sky clouded over, the sun became dark, and a great storm spread across the land, which was rare at that time of year, but happened now and then. The terrible storm raged for 3 hours before the sun again broke through the clouds. At that time, Emmanuel cried out, "I'm thirsty, give me something to drink." And right away, one of the chief priests ran, took a sponge, soaked it in vinegar, and stuck it on a lance for him to drink. But when the others saw that, they scolded the man, saying, "Stop, do not give him any more to drink. Let us see how long he can bear this." And behold, a final powerful thunderclap broke up the storm, whereupon the entire land trembled and the ground shook. Amid the tremendous thunder, Emmanuel again cried out, but nobody understood him, because his speech was confused. Then his head fell forward, he slipped into a state of near death, and they presumed he was dead. It came to pass that a soldier took his lance and stabbed Emmanuel in his loin to ensure that he was dead. Blood mixed with water flowed from the wound, as is the case when a person is dead or in a near-death state. Thus the soldier thought Emmanuel was dead, and he informed the others. They were all astonished, because it was unusual for the crucified to die so quickly. But since the soldier had told them so, they believed him and departed. Among them were also many women and others who watched from a distance, because they were followers of Emmanuel. They had served him and followed him from Galilee. Among them were Emmanuel's mother, Mary, and Mary Magdalene, and others. Once the people had departed, they went to him, knelt before the cross, and wept bitterly, because they too thought Emmanuel was dead. Also among them, however, was Joseph of Arimathea, a follower of Emmanuel. After a short while, he noticed that Emmanuel was not quite dead, but he told no one. Atonement. He quickly went into the city to Pilate and asked him for the body of Emmanuel so they could bury him. Pilate ordered that he should be given to him, and many people went with him, and they removed Emmanuel from the cross. Joseph wrapped the body in pure linen, which he had previously coated so as to form an image of Emmanuel. Joseph of Arimathea then carried the body of Emmanuel all the way as far as Jerusalem and placed it outside the city into his own tomb, which he had arranged to be cut into a rock for his future burial. And he rolled a large stone in front of the door of the tomb and went to obtain medicine so he could take care of Emmanuel. The entrance of the tomb was guarded by soldiers and Emmanuel's mother, so no one could enter and steal the body. Joseph of Arimathea, however, sought out Emmanuel's friends from India and returned with them to the tomb. There, they entered through a secret second entrance, unknown to the henchmen and soldiers, and for 3 days and 3 nights, they nursed him. Soon he was in better health and again with good strength. The tomb was being guarded on the other side by the soldiers because the chief priests and Pharisees had gone to Pilate and said, "Sir, we have considered that when this crazy man was still alive, he said to the people, 'I shall return after 3 days and 3 nights, and rise, because I will only be in a state of near death.' But since it was established through a soldier that he was really dead, his tomb should be guarded so that no one could come, steal the body, and say, 'Behold, he has risen from the dead after all.' Command therefore that the tomb be guarded up to the 3rd day, so that the last deception may not be worse than the first." And Pilate said to them, "Take my soldiers as guardians. Go and guard the tomb as best as you can." And they departed, guarded the tomb, and secured the stone in front of the door with the seal. However, they did not realize the secret of the grave, namely, that it had 2 exits or entrances. Emmanuel's helpers, therefore, could go to him to apply healing salves and herbs without being detected. On the 3rd day, he was once again strong enough to walk. Chapter 31. Emmanuel's flight from the tomb. When dawn broke on the 1st day of the week after Passover, the 3 days and nights had passed following which Emmanuel would live again after his near death, as he had foretold. And behold, a great thundering arose in the air, and a radiant light came from the sky and settled on the earth, not far from the tomb. Then a guardian angel stepped forth from the light. His appearance was like lightning, and his garment was as white as snow. And he went to the tomb, and the soldiers, full of fear, moved out of his way. He lifted his hand, and from it bright lightning sprang forth and struck the soldiers, one after the other. And they fell to the ground and did not stir for a long time. Then the guardian angel stepped up to the tomb, rolled the stone away from the door, and said to Mary, the mother of Emmanuel, and to Mary Magdalene, who were both there, "Don't be afraid. I know you seek Emmanuel, the crucified. He is not here, for he is alive, just as he said he would be. Come here and behold the place where he has lain. Go quickly and tell his disciples that he has risen from near death. Also tell them he will walk before you to Galilee, and there you will see him. Behold, I have told you." But Mary asked, "Yet he was dead and lay here dead. How can he then rise?" The guardian angel answered, "Why are you seeking a live person among the dead? Go now and spread the news among his disciples, but beware of telling anyone else." And the guardian angel went to the bright light and disappeared into it. Soon a great thundering came forth from it again, and it rose up into the air, shooting straight into the sky. Emmanuel's mother and Mary Magdalene then departed, leaving the tomb. The soldiers, however, recovered from their paralysis and were greatly astonished. So they went into the city to spread the news of what had happened. And secretly they met with the chief priests and elders of the council to decide what to tell the people. The chief priests and elders gave sufficient money to the soldiers and said, "Tell the people his disciples came at night while we were sleeping and stole his body." And the soldiers took the money and did as they had been instructed. Mary and Mary Magdalene, however, left and did as they had been mandated by the guardian angel. And behold, again a guardian angel met them on their way and said, "Remember what you have been instructed to do. Be careful and do not inadvertently tell the people." Mary Magdalene approached the guardian angel, who wore a brilliant white garment, and she wanted to grasp his hand. But he stepped back from her and said, "Do not touch me, because I am of a different kind from you, and my garment is a protection against this world. If you touch me, you will die and be consumed by fire." step back from me and be on your way as you have been instructed." So they departed, and they met Peter and another disciple, telling them what had taken place. Peter and the other disciple went to the tomb, with the other disciple arriving there first. And he looked into the tomb and saw the linen bandages lying neatly on the ground, but he did not enter. Then Peter arrived, went into the tomb, and found everything just as the other disciple had. The bandages had been carefully folded and placed on the ground. The sweatcloth, which had covered Emmanuel's head, had been placed on a particular spot, together with the salves and herbs and clay figurines of peculiar appearance, the likes of which he had never seen before. Thus, they were foreign to him. Emmanuel's meetings with his disciples. In the evening of the same day, the disciples were gathered in the room in the city where they had taken their last meal with Emmanuel before Passover. And they were in the room speaking to each other about what had happened that day when, behold, the door opened and a stranger entered whom they had never seen before. And they were afraid that he might be one of the Israelites who wanted to betray them. But then the stranger said, "Peace be with you." And when he took the cloth from his face, they recognized him as Emmanuel. After he had said that, he showed them his hands, his loin, and his feet. And when they saw his wounds, they were happy he was among them. But Thomas believed the ghost to be in front of him, so he said, "If I could touch your wounds, I would know that you are not a ghost." Then Emmanuel said to him, "Reach out and place your hand on my wounds, so that you of small mind may recognize the truth." So Thomas did as he had been told, and he touched his wounds and said, "Truly it is you." Then Emmanuel departed, saying, "Guard the secret of my return, so it will not be known that I am alive." And behold, the next day the disciples set out for Galilee to spread the joyful news among Emmanuel's supporters. As other followers went along, behold, an itinerant joined them, and for part of the way, walked with them. They were sad and talked among themselves about how Emmanuel had been forced to die on the cross. Then the itinerant, a stranger, said to them, "Why are you mourning?" And they told him what grieved them. But the itinerant said, "How little knowledge yet you have! Emmanuel told you he would rise from near death after 3 days and nights. So just as he has said, it has happened." After he had spoken, he removed the cloth from his face, and they recognized him as Emmanuel. But he said nothing more, and again covering his face, he withdrew. And he was not seen for a long time. Long after Emmanuel had disappeared, it came to pass that the disciples were fishing on the Sea of Tiberias, and they caught nothing the entire night. So by daybreak, they were exasperated. And when they approached the shore, there stood a stranger who asked, "Haven't you anything to eat? I'm hungry." They answered, "No, we have not caught one fish in our nets." Then the stranger said, "Throw the net out to the right side of the boat, and you will have a large catch." The disciples were astonished by what he said, but nevertheless cast the net. And behold, they could not pull it in because of the multitude of fish. And they came ashore and prepared a meal, for like the stranger they, too, were hungry. But when he uncovered his face, behold, it was Emmanuel. And while they were eating and in good spirits, he said to them, "Go to Galilee to such and such mountain. There I will join you, because our time together has ended, and each of us may go his separate way." Chapter 32. Emmanuel's Farewell. They went to the mountain to which Emmanuel had directed them. When they were gathered there, he said to them, "Behold, I will speak to you one last time, then I will leave and never return. My path leads me to the land of India, where many of this human lineage also dwell, because they have left this land to live there. My mission leads me to them and to the human population that is born there. My path there will be long, for I have yet to bring my teachings, new and old, to many countries, and likewise to the shores of the great black waters to the north of here. But before I leave you, I will give you my final lessons of the teachings. If humans live according to the laws of creation, they live correctly in truth. But the ultimate goal should be this: everything human within human beings must die, but everything of creation within them must rise and embrace creation. Consider the universe as the place where creation lives in infinity. Everything humans possess has its origin in creation. Therefore, it belongs to creation. Human beings shall transform their entire spiritual lives and perfect them so that they will become one with creation. Whatever human beings do, they shall do with the awareness of creation's presence. But a human being shall never attempt to force the truth onto another, because then it would only be worth half of its value. First, humans shall tend to their own progress in consciousness and spirit so as to produce creational harmony within themselves. No greater darkness rules within humans than ignorance and lack of wisdom. Greatness of personal victory requires uprooting and destroying all influences that oppose the creational force, so that which is creational may prevail. Humans should develop within themselves the power to judge over good and evil and to correctly perceive all things, so that they may be wise and fair and follow the laws. It is necessary to be cognizant of what is real and what is unreal, what is valuable and what is worthless, and what is of creation and what is not. Human beings must become a cosmic unity so that they can become one with creation. Conform your lives to the laws, live according to the laws of nature, then you will also live according to the laws of creation. Regardless of how much humans may suffer, the power of creation within them is immeasurably greater, and it will conquer all ills. When human beings live within their consciousness only as mortal humans, they are inaccessibly remote from their spirit, from creation, and therefore from its laws. The greater their dedication to the laws of creation, the deeper will become the peace within them. The happiness of humans consists in seeking and finding the truth, so they may thereby gather knowledge, gain wisdom, and think and act in accordance with creation. Only through circumstances of human life can humans develop and use their creational powers in consciousness and in spirit. Humans gain experience in the use of their powers and capabilities only by trying daily to unlock them. As long as human beings do not become one with creation, they will never be able to rise above death or near death, since the fear of the unknown is within them. Only when they are able to fully recognize the perfection and unity of creation can they slowly begin to acquire sublimity. Instead of following instinctive and impulsive urges, humans should live by cognition and wisdom, so that they may live justly according to the laws and directives. Humans should not lose their way in the thicket of limitations, but should expand their consciousness and seek and find knowledge, logic, and truth, and from these learn wisdom. Thereby, they will come closer to their life's goal and become cognizant of the creational principle in all things. Thousands of lights will guide humans along their path, provided they observe and follow them. Human beings will attain all their knowledge and wisdom, provided they seriously strive for perfection. The laws serve all those who are prepared to seek the truth in unlimited measure and to learn wisdom from them. For in mastering all possible orientations within themselves, they develop their spiritual powers to higher and higher levels, and in so doing, they perfect themselves. Humans should not attempt to dwell upon their physical misery, but upon the reality of the spirit and the existence of creation. A continual restlessness exists within humans because they have a premonition that creation is their fate and destination. Humans may be great, wise, and good, yet this is not sufficient, for they can always become greater, wiser, and better. There may be no limits to love, peace, and joy, because the present state must always be exceeded. Truly, I say to you, a love that is unlimited, constant, and unfeeling is unconditional and is pure love, in whose fire all that is impure and evil will burn. Such a love is creation's love and, therefore, its laws as well, to which humanity has been predestined since the beginning of time. Since this is the ultimate destination for human beings, they must take steps to guarantee that this will come to be, for this is their destiny. But as yet, humans do not understand the wisdom of this teaching, and therefore it is being adulterated everywhere on earth. In their ignorance, humans are falsifying the teachings in many ways and forms, so that they are becoming diffused and unintelligible. But in 2 times 1,000 years, they shall be taught anew without falsification, when humans become sensible and knowledgeable, and a new age heralds great upheavals. And it can be read in the stars that the people of the new age will be great revolutionaries. Thus, some special predestined people who will be the new proclaimers of my teachings will preach them unfalsified and with great courage. But you go therefore and prepare the way for my teachings and make all peoples their disciples. However, beware of false teachings which you may allow to arise because of your lack of judgment, for some of you are inclined that way. Teach them to follow everything I have commanded you, so you do not falsify my teachings. And it came to pass that while he was speaking to them in this manner, a thundering came from the sky, and a great light descended. The light settled on the ground not far from them, and it glittered like metal in the sunlight. Emmanuel spoke no more, but went to the metallic light and entered into it. Then, however, a haze arose all around it. Once again, a thundering began, and the light ascended back into the sky. And the disciples returned to Jerusalem in secret and made known the events among their own kind. Chapter 33. Emmanuel in Damascus. Emmanuel was set down by the great light in Syria, where he lived for 2 years in Damascus without being recognized. After this time, he sent the messenger to Galilee to seek out his brother, Thomas, and his disciple, Judas Ischarioth. 2 months passed, however, before they joined Emmanuel and brought bad news. His brother Thomas spoke, saying, "Your disciples have greatly falsified your teachings. They insult you by calling you the Son of God, and they also set you equal to creation. The chief priests and elders persecute your followers and have them stoned when they are caught. But Thomas, one of your disciples, fled, and it is reported that he has departed with a caravan for the land of India. A great enemy of yours has arisen in a man named Saul. He is fuming with rage and utters death threats against your disciples and those who trust in your teachings. He is having letters written to the synagogues in all regions, whereby, if any followers of your new teachings are found, they will be bound and taken to Jerusalem. No distinction is being made between women, men, and children. They will all be found guilty and condemned to die." But Emmanuel said, "Don't be afraid. The time will soon come when Saul will receive a lesson regarding his evil thinking. He is already on the road to Damascus, following you and Judas Iscariot here now, in order to lead you back to Jerusalem in shackles. However, I will confront him before he reaches Damascus, and since he believes me dead, he will presume he is seeing a ghost. Emmanuel set out to see a friend who was helpful to him in secret things that involved powders, salves, and liquids that smelled bad. Well supplied with these things, he departed, leaving the city by way of the road to Galilee. A day's trip from Damascus, he waited for 2 days in the rocks and prepared his concoction. During the night, he saw a large group of armed men coming, among them Saul, the persecutor of his disciples. When they were near, he struck a fire and tossed it into his concoction, thus producing a powerfully bright light that blinded the group. Emmanuel continued stoking the flaring concoction so that powerful flashes of light, stars, and fireballs shot into the sky or fell from it. All this was being accompanied by thundering booms and loud hissing sounds as if from gigantic dragons and serpents. The thundering and booms subsided, as did the hissing. The blinding flashes and the multicolored fires died down, yet stinging smoke continued to cover the land and caused the group to cough and shed tears. Then Emmanuel called out, "Saul, Saul, why do you persecute my disciples?" But Saul was afraid and fell to the ground, crying out, "Who are you who speaks to me like this?" And Emmanuel answered, saying, "I am Emmanuel, whom you persecute in your hatred along with my disciples. Get up, go into the city and let yourself be taught how you should live." Saul was very afraid and said, "But you are the one who was crucified, so you are dead and must be speaking to me as a ghost." However, Emmanuel did not answer him. He left and headed for Damascus. But the men who were Saul's companions stood still, petrified with fear, because they also believed they heard a ghost. Saul got up from the ground and opened his eyes. However, he saw nothing because his eyes were blinded, for he had stared directly into the bright light Emmanuel had generated. His companions then took him by the hand and led him to Damascus. And for 3 days he saw nothing, ate nothing, and drank nothing. However, one of Emmanuel's disciples came to Saul and preached to him the new teachings, and gradually he accepted them. But because of the events by the rocks, his mind was slightly confused. He misunderstood much and spoke incoherently. Somewhat confused in his mind, he went away and preached incoherent nonsense to the people. Emmanuel, however, remained in Damascus another 30 days and made it known that he would be leaving the country and traveling to the land of India. His mother Mary came from Nazareth and set out on the road to the land of India with Emmanuel, his brother Thomas, and Judas Iscariot. And Emmanuel began to preach again and teach the people wherever he encountered them along the way and in any settlement he came to. There was a new strength within him, and his teachings were more powerful than before. Chapter 34, Teaching about Creation. Emmanuel preached powerfully, saying, "Behold, creation stands above humanity, above God, and above everything. It appears to be perfect by human comprehension, but this is not so. Since creation is spirit and thus lives, even it must forever perfect itself. But since it is one within itself, it can perfect itself by way of its own creations, through the generation of new spirit forms that dwell within humans, give them life, and evolve towards perfection through their learning. The newly generated spirit is part of creation itself. However, it is unknowing down to the smallest iota. When a new spirit is created, which is still unknown in every way, it lives in a human body and begins to learn. Persons may consider the unknown spirit as stupid and say that the individual is confused, but it is not, because it is only unknowing and devoid of knowledge and wisdom. Thus, may this new spirit live a life within a human being in order to gather knowledge. Then, when this spirit enters the beyond, it is no longer as unknowing as it was at the time of its beginning. And it returns into the world and lives again as a human being, but is no longer quite as unknowing as it was at its beginning. Again, it learns and gathers further knowledge and new wisdom, and thereby increasingly escapes from ignorance. So, after many renewed lives, the time comes when people say that this spirit is normal and not confused. But this is neither the end of the spirit nor its fulfillment, because, having become knowing, the spirit now seeks the greatest wisdom. Thus, the human spirit perfects itself so extensively that it unfolds in a creational manner and ultimately becomes one with creation, as it was destined from the earliest beginning. Thus, creation has brought forth a new spirit, allowing it to be perfected independently in the human body. The perfected spirit returns to creation to become one with it, and in this manner, creation perfects itself within itself, for in it is the knowledge and wisdom to do so. Truly, I say to you, the time will never come when creation ceases to create new spirit forms and to broaden itself. However, creation also requires rest, a characteristic of all that lives, and when it slumbers, it does not create. Just as human life has day and night and is divided into work and rest, so creation also has its times of work and rest. Its period, however, is different from that of people because its laws are the laws of the spirit, while human laws are the laws of material life. The material life is limited, but the life of the spirit lasts forever and knows no end. Creation, however, is subject to the laws of primeval timelessness and primeval creation, which is the absolute absolutum and the beginning and endlessness of everything. And it was created out of itself. Its secret is that which is immeasurable and is based on the number 7, which is counted in times. This is one of the secrets and laws the human mind will solve only when it reaches perfection. But let it be said that the laws of life are not hidden from the wise man, hence he can recognize and follow them. Thus, the wise understand that the secret of primeval creation lies in the number 7 and in computations based thereon. Thus, they will gather and retain the knowledge that creation has a time for work or rest that is also based upon the number 7. Creation rested in a state of slumber for 7 great times when nothing existed, not even the universe. Only creation itself existed in slumber, and it brought forth no creature nor anything. However, it did awaken from its slumber through the 7 cycles of 7 great times and began to create creatures and everything. After having rested for 7 cycles of 7 great times, it is now creating living organisms and everything else, and it will do so for 7 more cycles of 7 great times, until it requires rest again and reposes anew in deep slumber for a further 7 great times. When it will rest again and lie down in slumber, nothing will exist except for creation itself. There will be neither creatures nor any other thing. Only creation itself will exist during the 7 cycles of the 7 great times, because it will rest and slumber until it awakens again and brings forth new creatures and everything else. Just as creation is one within itself, however, so is all life, being and existence one within itself. It is by the law of creation that all humans, plants, animals, and all life are one in themselves. A person may believe that everything is two or three, but that is not so, because everything is one. Whatever people believe to be two or three is actually one. So they should make everything that is two or three into one. Since the spirit in a person is part of creation, it is one with creation. Consequently, it is not two. And since the body is a part of the spirit in a different form and matter, it is therefore one with the spirit. Consequently, it is not two. The teachings state that there is a unity and not, in any way or form, a duality or trinity. If it appears to people that there is a duality or trinity, then they are the victims of deception, for they do not think logically, but according to human knowledge. But if they think according to the knowledge of the Spirit, they find the logic which is also in the law. Only human thinking can be incorrect, not the laws of creation. For this reason, it is said that everything emanates from unity, and a duality seems apparent only because humans, in their limited thinking, cannot grasp the truth. Since everything is a unity and everything emanates from it, no duality or trinity whatsoever can exist, because it would violate the laws of creation. Therefore, people should make the two or three into one and think and act according to the laws of creation. Only in ignorance does a person fabricate a duality or trinity and give offense to the laws of creation. When a person aligns everything into this unity, making everything into one, and then says to a mountain, "Move away," then it will move away. When everything is one in creation, in its laws, in the creatures, and in matter, it is without error. When a wise man says there are always two of everything, he means that there are one within themselves and one together. It is only two in appearance because in itself and also together it is always one. Therefore, evil is one in itself because it is also good in itself. Likewise, good is one in itself because it is just as much evil in itself. Since even when apart, they are one and a unity, together they are also one and a unity, for this is the law of creation. Thus, the result is that there are two parts in appearance, but they are both one in themselves and one when together. If therefore people say there exists also a trinity, then their consciousness has been aided by some cult, falsified teachings, or confused thinking. A unity always consists of two parts, which are one in themselves and are a duality only in appearance. Since a person is a unity of two parts, the spirit is a unity of two parts, but both are one in themselves and one together. The body cannot live without the spirit, and conversely, because spirit and body are a unity despite their seeming duality. The spirit, however, lives according to the same law because in itself it also consists of two parts and is one in each part. Thus, it is one in itself. The two parts of the spirit are wisdom and power. Without wisdom of the spirit, its power cannot be utilized, nor can any wisdom emerge without spiritual power. Hence, two things are always required that are one within themselves, so there is a oneness within the unity, but not a duality. Thus, the law says that a human being is a unity in itself, which consists of two equal parts that form a unity both within themselves and also together. And the two equal parts in the human being, each of which constitutes a unity within itself, are the body and the spirit. So when the scribes teach that a person lives in the Trinity, this teaching is erroneous and falsified because it is not taught in accordance with the laws of creation. Chapter 35, Cults Around Emmanuel. It came to pass that Emmanuel, his mother Mary, and his brother Thomas traveled on into the cities at the sea in the north. Since olden times, warrior women inhabited the area, but their descendants were now peace-loving. He preached to them the new teachings according to his knowledge, but had to flee their cities when they attempted to kill him. Their own teachings, far removed from the truth, were from a rigid religious cult, and they punished with death those who taught differently. Emmanuel was treated as an outcast by these people and persecuted as an agitator against their cult, so he fled. It came to pass during his flight that he met up with a large caravan. He and his following joined it and continued inland and into the mountains. They traveled through the central part of the country for many weeks, whereupon they came to another sea and into the city of Ephesus. But Emmanuel was very much afraid and no longer preached his new teachings so that no one would recognize him. For in Ephesus were many people, dealers and merchants, who came there from Jerusalem to conduct business. Many among them had known Emmanuel and had not been well disposed toward him. Therefore he avoided them and obscured his face. The dealers and merchants in Ephesus had spread the story of Emmanuel and his purported death, which had occurred 2.5 years earlier. However, after he had been in the city for a few days, behold, he was recognized by one of the merchants who informed others of like belief. They belonged to a secret group called the Association of the Essenes. They brought Emmanuel to a meeting that was secret, for they feared the people because their secret society was considered unlawful. But among them was one named Judas, the most senior of the secret society in Jerusalem. And he spoke, saying, "Behold, we know very well what has taken place in your life, but we do not understand. How can you still be among the living? So, do tell us your secret." Emmanuel feared that he would be bound and returned to Jerusalem if he remained silent in front of the conspirators. So he recounted everything to the Essenes. And he told them about all that had transpired and how he had fled from Jerusalem and had arrived in their region. Judas the eldest said, "Behold, we belong to a secret group called the Association of the Essenes. Our quest and knowledge are not attuned to the teachings of the scribes, but to the secrets of nature and all that is inexplicable to humans. You are great in your knowledge, and by all measures you have advanced in knowledge far beyond us and the scribes, Pharisees, astrologers, even the elders and the philosophers. Therefore, come join our society, be one of us, and teach us your knowledge." But Emmanuel answered, saying, "Even if I were to teach you my knowledge, it would not agree with your teachings, because you follow incomplete human wisdom, whereas I adhere to spiritual wisdom. Therefore, I think that our different teachings would be incompatible with each other. It is also not my inclination to spread my knowledge and teachings in secret, as you do, since your secret association of Essenes is unauthorized. But let me think over the pros and cons for 3 days, and whether I will then tell you yes or no, because I must first think about everything before I give you my last word on it." And Judas said, "Be it as you say. Peace be with you. Go and give us an answer in 3 days, if you want to speak your word then." But Emmanuel departed from there, fleeing from the city with his following, and traveled east far into the country. And Emmanuel said to his followers, "Behold, the Association of the Essenes lives according to an erroneous religious cult, though its followers gather much from my teachings. Their old philosophy, however, is not the teaching of truth, knowledge, love, logic, wisdom, and the laws of creation. Therefore, it is incorrect and not of adequate or real value. But they have recognized this and are now weaving my truthful teachings into their teachings of half-truths, to create from this a new doctrine so they can demean me by calling me one of them. They will claim that I am affiliated with their society and that they had helped me from the beginning of my life. And they will even say that my teachings stem from the knowledge of their cult and that they had saved me from the cross because I was one of them. They will claim that all my followers were from their cult, and they will also claim that I am the Son of God. But I tell you that I have never belonged to this association of Essenes and that I have nothing in common with it or its followers. Thus, I also never received help from them. The association of the Essenes will not be the only group to make use of my name. Many cults will come forth in my name and will thus consider themselves great and will want to dazzle the people thereby. Similarly, people will establish peculiar cults and will glorify me in them so as to be more credible, whereby the public can be further enslaved and exploited. And so, many cults will be established in my name, but their purpose will only be to enslave people in their consciousness and freedom, thereby bringing the cult great power over the people, the land, and the money. But I tell you that no cult will be righteous if it does not recognize creation alone as the highest power and does not live according to its laws and directives. And no cult will exist that preaches the truthful teachings, the knowledge, or the truth. It will be 2 times 1,000 years before the time comes when my teachings will be preached anew without being falsified. This will occur when false doctrines and erroneous cults, when lies and fraud, and when deception by the conjurers of the dead and of spirits, by the soothsayers and clairvoyants, as well as by all the charlatans of the truth, will be at their peak. Until then, false cults, as well as liars, deceivers, charlatans, conjurers of the dead and of spirits, false soothsayers, clairvoyants, and false mediums pretending to speak for supernatural, other dimensional, and extraterrestrial beings from the depths of the universe will be so numerous that they can no longer be counted. And such cults will be built upon human blood, hatred, greed, and power, on lies and deceptions, and on cheating, misunderstanding, self-deception, confusion of consciousness, and delusion. But just as they will have arisen, so they will be destroyed, because the truth will triumph. For there is no untruth that will not be denounced as a lie. There is nothing hidden that will not become revealed. Humans will recognize what is before their faces, and what is hidden from them will reveal itself when they search for the truth and the enlightenment of wisdom. But the truth lies deep within the laws of creation, and there alone should humankind seek and find it. Those who seek shall not stop seeking until they find, and when they find, they will be profoundly shocked and astonished, but then they will rule over the universe. May humans recognize from this that the kingdom is within them and outside of them. Chapter 36, Humankind and Creation. It came to pass that Emmanuel, priest of humanity and of creation, as he went eastward with the caravan, he said, "Humans should look upward to the stars, for majestic peace and grandeur rule there. As though by immutable law and order, the infinite and everlasting changes take place there over days, months, years, and beyond for centuries, millennia, and millions of years. Humans, however, should also look downward upon the earth, for there, as well, is creational activity and endless becoming and passing away, and life and existence toward ever newly developing forms. Greatness, excellence, and beauty rule harmoniously where nature is left to itself. But where traces of human order are at work, their pettiness, disgrace, and ugliness testify to alarming disharmony. With inflated chest, Humankind calls itself the crown of creation, and yet it is not cognizant of creation and sets persons on a level with it. But this humankind, which has tamed fire and rules the earth, will not go far. Without a doubt, humans will learn to harness water and air, but in the process, they will forget to be cognizant of creation above them and of its laws. Thus, they will also forget to seek truth, knowledge, love, respect, life, logic, true freedom, and wisdom, and they will forget to live peacefully with each other. Their battle cry will be warfare, for they want to attain power through violence. But when they believe they have power in their hands, they will use it for enslavement and bloodshed, exploitation, brutality, crime, and degeneration. They will speak of honor, freedom, and knowledge, but in truth, these will be only hypocrisy, coercion, and false teachings. Thus, in the future, humankind will lose its face and display an evil and false mask. Many will degenerate into beasts and spend their earthly days without knowledge and conscience. Human ambitions and desires will be directed only toward acquisition, power, lust, addiction, and greed. With their intellect, humans will arrange the things of this world to make them subservient, regardless of the fact that in so doing, they break the laws of nature and destroy nature itself in many ways. They will no longer trust in the eternal truths, which are anchored in the laws of nature. Through self-deception, they will find more meaning in the human sciences than in all the values of the laws of nature and creation. In their confusion, humans will believe in this erroneous, self-created, pathetic philosophy of life, which will be produced through the cult's confused teachings and through arrangements of human laws and vagaries of the principles that govern nations. Humans will want to control their lives by external means because they will have forgotten to be aware of their own essence from the creational point of view. Through deceitful means, they will delude, cheat, and exploit their fellow humans and the entire world. And wherever trust and truth still exists, they will change it into distrust and untruth, and in so doing, they will get farther and farther away from the true life. Thus, they will also lose sight of the principle of the oldest wisdom, which states that humans are the measure of all things in life because they are, after all, a part of creation. But the time will come when humankind must turn around and become reacquainted with the eternal values of life. Initially, only a few will know that humans live not only on Earth but also in the endless expanse of the universe, and that they live not only in the material world, but their spirits reach into another world that cannot be grasped by the ordinary physical senses. This other one, the ethereal world, is the true home of the spirit. Therefore, humans should try, without ceasing, to broaden and deepen their knowledge, love, truth, logic, true freedom, genuine peace, harmony, and wisdom, so that the spirit may be perfected and lifted up into its true home, becoming one with creation. Truly, I say to you, those who understand the truth of this message and attain insight through wisdom will awaken to the obligation of aligning their lives with their destiny of eternal change toward creation. When people are honest and seek, they will not hold any preconceived opinions or prejudices. But the wise do know and are aware of the law of the everlasting flow of eternal change. Therefore, they endeavor to adjust to the grand scheme of events and of progress because they appreciate the laws of creation, namely, that the cycles of existence must be completed as prescribed by these laws. Wherever life reveals itself, it is based upon the law of the invisible mystery that brings about the eternal change. But persons who disregard and fail to recognize the timeless and everlasting laws and truths must take upon themselves the dire consequences. Lies and hatred will blind such persons and even entire peoples, and they will rush into the abyss of their own destruction. A blind, destructive mania will overcome them, and the heroes among them will be those who are the greatest destroyers. Conflict will permeate people's entire lives, and where there is discord, there is no longer wholeness and perfection. But as long as imperfection exists in life, humans must bear the consequences: sickness, misery, injustice, privation, fighting, strife, slavery, erroneous cults, and exploitation leading to bloodshed and death. So, let humankind beware and awaken, for the laws of creation state, only that which is timeless and everlasting is of permanence, of truth, and of wisdom, and so it is. Epilogue. As we know, Albert Meier lost contact with his friend Esau Rashid, who translated the Talmud for some time after its discovery. In fact, Albert Meier heard nothing from Esau Rashid from 1964 right up until 1974, when he received the 2 redirected packages containing 36 translated chapters of the Talmud from the postal office staff at Nuthul. And we also know that Albert Meier also received the final explanatory letter from Esau Rashid around the same time, which was posted shortly before Esau Rashid's assassination in Baghdad. That final letter is included at the end of this epilogue, should anybody wish to read it. Now, some people say that since the original TJ rolls were lost when the Lebanese refugee camp that Esau Rashid was staying at was bombed by the Israelis, that there is no longer any proof of the authenticity of the Talmud of Jmmanuel. And yet, when we bear in mind that the book of Matthew was a copy of the Talmud of Jmmanuel, and when we check Phoenix Journal 2, which is also a version of the Talmud, then I would say its proof is clearly beyond question. I should also point out that Phoenix Journal 2 presents a more extended version of Jmmanuel's final years, which is why that version is well worth reading as well. I can, however, give a brief rendition of the remainder of Jmmanuel's life story, as it's perfectly checkable in the Phoenix Journals. What happened after the crucifixion event was that Jmmanuel, his mother Mary, and his brother Thomas traveled to northern India. And to make the most out of the journey, Jmmanuel stopped at many countries along the way to preach to anyone that would listen. In fact, because of all the stopping and preaching, it took Jmmanuel, Mary, and Thomas several years to arrive in India. The journey to India was arduous, as we are told that Jmmanuel's mother, Mary, became ill and died in the western Himalayas during Jmmanuel's 38th year. Though Jmmanuel continued onwards and traveled to what is now known as India's Kashmir region, where he furthered his teachings. In fact, Jmmanuel visited many parts of India, including West Pakistan and northern India. In his 45th year, Jmmanuel married, and it is said he bore numerous children when he settled down in Srinagar in the Kashmir region of India. And from this base, he ventured out upon numerous trips to further his teachings. It is said that Jmmanuel died of natural causes somewhere between his 110th and his 115th year, and that he was buried in Srinagar. It is also said that Judas Ischarioth was also buried near the Srinagar in his 90th year. Now, after Jmmanuel's natural death, his oldest son Joseph finalized the account of his father's teachings, which Judas had begun. And when the full version was finished, Joseph left India and spent 3 years journeying back to Jerusalem, where he died, after placing the original rolls penned by Judas back into the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea. And also, it seems after Joseph also released a copy of his own finalized version, which found its way into the hands of the Apostle Matthew. So, the original scrolls penned by Judas remained in the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea until they were rediscovered by Issa Rashid and Albert Meier in 1963. The letter from Issa Rashid. Dear friend Billy, I am sorry, dear friend, for not having written so long and for not being able to send you additional translations of the scrolls. That has its reason in my fears, which unfortunately have come true now. As I always told you, I was prepared that one day I would be persecuted on account of the discovered scrolls. That has happened now. Just barely was I able to flee from Jerusalem with my family. Now I am staying with good friends in Baghdad, where, however, I cannot stay long and must move on soon. Where to? I don't know yet, but I will notify you as soon as is possible. I have been persecuted by two different groups, both Christians and Jews, which was to be anticipated because the scrolls are not favorable towards either religion. After my lucky escape, a misfortune struck me which cannot be made undone. First, I fled from Jerusalem to Lebanon and stayed there at a refugee camp with my family. But there, the Jews located me and, with their military, attacked the camp, which resulted in many deaths. Only with great difficulty, my family and I escaped the massacre and we were able to flee once more. But, unfortunately, all scrolls got lost and they are no longer in my possession. I believe they all burned when the Jews destroyed the homes by fire, but maybe they fell into the hands of the Jews. Then the Israelis announced that they had undertaken a punitive action against Palestinian guerrillas. However, in reality, they together with some people from the Christian church were after me in my scrolls. By means of the alleged punitive action, they were now able to cover up and falsify the actual reason and purpose of their venture. And because of the disappearance of the original scrolls, any proof is missing that the New Testament of the Bible is an outrageous lie whereby mankind is condemned. Dear friend, unfortunately, these are the latest bare facts, and I do hope that you and your family will not meet with the same fate as I. After all, you do have 36 chapters of the Talmud of Jmmanuel, and they do represent an immense danger to Christianity, the Jewish faith, Islam, and other religions. Therefore, be very cautious and see to it that those few existing teachings of Jmmanuel will not get lost. They are really too valuable. I, for my part, do withdraw from the whole matter because I cannot endanger my family even more. Therefore, keep my name and everything else a secret on the occasion of publication. I entreat you to do so. I know that I can always rely on you and thank you for it. You will hear further news from me on occasion, and I am sending you my best regards, also for my family. Issa Rashid.